Not big microphone guy. People in the back hear me or they use the mic? I'm not a big microphone guy. I apologize. It's taken 40 minutes or so to get everyone checked in. My responsibility. We should have had more people here to do that. But I'm encouraged with the participation level. It's great. We have so many people here. I think it's great for the estate. I think it's great to have people part of the process. Outstanding for people who came in. Outstanding for people who brought their proxies. Well done, everyone. So good job. Maybe the only applause I get today. Just safety issues. There's a lot of people in the room. 2 exits are open here. I think, is that double door open or just a single door open there? Okay, it's open. It's hot in here, the AC is on, and it wasn't cooling enough with all the people in here, so the doors are open. Hopefully we get some flow through. Bathrooms are right outside, not outside. Left and right. I think females are on the right, males on the left. As you go by the coffee stand, the coffee shop's going to have breakfast until I think 11:30, 10:30, and lunch. So there's food out there. We have this booked until 4. We'll take a break somewhere around 12:30, 1 o'clock. If there's a natural break time. Any questions before we get going at all? Everybody good? All right.
Is it possible to put that speakers in the middle here? I don't.
Yeah. Possible. I just want to block.
The cables are very short. That is. Yeah, it might be blind. Sorry.
Yeah, that's as far as the cable goes.
They can't see.
I get that. Yeah.
You still can't see.
Okay. That's as good as we're going to get for sound and sight lines. Okay, any questions? Everybody good? Get started? All right. Yeah.
Just bring the lows down and like.
I can't hear.
Sorry, sir. I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask for the photo purpose, we need to place where the microphone, otherwise it's not gonna be. You don't mind, please, thank you.
Yeah, the wireless. I saw Mark. It's just these 2 mics in front, especially the 20-minute side of the speakers. Yeah, it's connecting the it's fun. Yeah, it's fun now. They want to use it. Not much.
Thank you.
That's one.
Bring some information to the. I'm filling out something. Someone before this I would like to take the attention of the present board members that there was a meeting by invitation only in the presence of several directors of this present board in the Warren Gallery 2 weeks ago, discussing, I got a WhatsApp message, in the light of the advocacy group. There are a good number of us that are not on that page and are looking for solutions rather than fights. I take offense to that. The advocacy group is not looking for fights, only for transparency and good governance. A couple of current board members will be present to share with us the truth behind the daily operations of the meeting. What was the present board thinks of their judicial organizations? Why do they prefer a certain group of attendees while not giving the same opportunity to anybody to voice their opinions? That's one. Now, second on this one, there was a letter sent out on 17th January on the legal mailing list, accusing or insinuating the advocacy group all kinds of misdemeanors. Close more or less, the board wholly rejects the systematic dissemination and misinformation and divisive messaging by the advocacy group. These actions appear in and create friction between members, drive votes for the advocacy group, and undermine the unity of our community. I take again offense to this. There was even the word sabotage was even mentioned in there. And again, why does the board use this mailing list, which is not available to the others, to give also our views and to counterpoint these allegations? I think that's what all I wanted to say. Yeah.
Candace Carey. I put out the invitation and I don't understand why anybody has taken umbrage to that invitation. It was not by invitation. It was a general message that was sent out. Anybody was welcome to come. And I invited some board members to come and to speak the truth, which I believe. And I can say the same for the advocacy group, as I was not invited to be on your WhatsApp group. So, works both ways.
Board members cannot only discuss about Moditlo to only a selected group, and the invitation was not to everybody. That's my big point. Same as the letter. The letter was sent to everybody, and we cannot send anything back.
Okay, guys ready to go forward? Okay. So we have 4 board members present today. We have Godfrey right here. He's, you can hold it, next person you can give it to.
So did you finish the point? He's going to explain everything that is in the context.
So I've been very clear, I'm going to sit down with people anytime. I would have gone to the Fig and Bean meeting this morning if I've been invited. I wasn't invited. I've met with people one-on-one, I've been to people's houses, I've been to my houses. I'm open, I'll meet with anybody anytime. Okay, I didn't call the meeting. If I had been asked to come meet with anybody from the advocates group at any time, anyone, I'll be there. I don't think there's anybody in this room who was to ask me to meet with them, and I said no.
That's all very fine, but that's not a formal meeting. I mean,
It wasn't, you're right, it wasn't the formal meeting. You're right. You're right. It wasn't the formal meeting.
it's just a one, but this one. So, everyone is a board member, this is against the code of conduct. Media meeting.
So we're gonna move on. We got a lot of things to do today, okay? Cindy, you got a question?
Let's have it in minutes at least.
What you have what, just this one you about to your comments. That you continue for any time, I think that it's such a good people in WhatsApp. We use it very
It's okay. Hey, it's okay. You can figure it's okay. Relax. Okay, so Sydney, I think I know what you're asking about. You sent me a message on my personal WhatsApp. I think Paul sent me a message on my personal WhatsApp about board business. And I said, hey, this isn't the place, go through the channels to talk to me. If you see me on the side of the road or see me at Pick and Pay, you want to talk, but I try to keep my phone and my email to me still. Just, I don't know, that's just my preference.
Yeah, but that's not what he said. What we said was, I must call him, I must sit down, have a discussion with people who are best of food, and then I'm there, and then I apologize.
Yeah, I agree, I appreciate that.
Then the board member, I expect me to be an alternative.
Okay,
It's going to be on this.
fair, that's fair, okay. So I assume we have a quorum, well, yeah, way beyond a quorum. I think it's 121 required, we're at 466, we need 25%, so we have a quorum. Over here. Thanks.
The government stipulated that we wanted to bring our identification. Are you going to check us before we start reading? You invested it in the government.
I think Renee recognizes people, she knows them, she's turned their IDs. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Fair. Okay, so people on Zoom that can hear me, will be slower and more deliberate with the people at the microphones, so everybody can hear. Yeah, can you see feedback at all? Can you see feedback on the microphone volume from?
Yes.
Okay.
I can, yeah, but yeah, obviously I need the microphone.
I'm gonna trip over this cable today. Okay, you know, I think there's people have approached me over the past couple of weeks and have not wanted to come to this meeting from all different walks of life because of past meetings being very spicy. I don't want that to happen. Like, we're all the same team here. It's not Russia, Ukraine. Okay, we're an HOA, live in a beautiful estate. Like, I think we all kind of want the same things. Maybe with different paths to get there, that's normal. And if a different path with a brand new board, so be it. That's fine. It's part of the process. Proposed guidelines. Be civil with one another. Be civil. I'll be civil with everyone here. I'm not going to raise my voice. I'm not going to roll my eyes. I'm not going to look exasperated. I'll be civil. I'll talk to anyone. Okay? Talk to anyone. Everybody will get a chance to speak. Okay? That's refrain from interrupting. That sounds fair. There are big personalities in this room. I'm one of them. Tim's one of them. But we want to give everybody a chance to speak. People who are not such big personalities. Let's give people a chance to talk. Let's attack issues. Attack issues. It should be an issues-based meeting. The issues-based meeting. Okay, let's not attack each other. Like, I'm not going to attack anyone. Can't hear me? Kathy, can you not hear me? I'm sorry. Do you want to move up? Sorry. If you just put your hand up if you need me to elaborate on something, okay? These are my pledges to you. I'll answer all your questions to the best of my ability. There's certainly going to be questions that people ask them. I don't know. It's going to happen. You know, if I don't know, we'll go to some other board members. If we don't know, maybe Paul might know. He's been at this a long time. Other people might know other questions. Finance stuff. Somebody might know that stuff. So if there's questions that I can't answer, that's going to happen. Let's give me a hand. Help me out. Help me learn. I'll be honest. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, if I'm saying something, I'll tell you I'm saying it. If I'm speculating, I'll tell you I'm speculating on this. If I don't know. And I'll be honest, even if I think people aren't gonna like it. And ask my wife, I'm good at that. Yeah, I'll get back to you. If nobody has the answer, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. I know when I met with Kathy and Nicole in the office, there were 3 or 4 things that I didn't know the answer to. One was about water, the water holes in the circles, one was about the Blue Canyon, one was about watering fountains. I got back to you on all of those. I didn't know, but I got back to you. I'll get back to people. If I make a mistake, I'm bound to do it in 6 hours. It's not intentional. It's a mistake, not malicious, not with purpose, just a mistake. Lastly, it's not a contest. Does anybody want to guess what I mean about that? It's not a contest. Oh, there you go.
I didn't hear. Can you tell us which board members are here?
Sorry. Myself? Did I stop that? Sorry. I made a mistake. It wasn't intentional. Peter Yannicka, right here. Lorna. Pete Skeppers. Godfrey. Right here. Craig had a sporting event with his kids. I'm glad he went to that. Like, I missed a lot of things worthwhile in my life to do with my kids. So good for him for making that decision. Wimpy had a work thing in Cape Town. He was planning on flying back yesterday. He couldn't make it. As simple as that. Go ahead, guy. Oh, sorry. That's Chris Tucker. So he is the lawyer for the HOA, not for the board. He's for all of us. He's looking out for all of us. His value here to me is to make sure we do it as right as possible. And things that we have done in the past, throughout our time, we haven't done right for MOI. He's helping us try to be as best as we can. Go ahead. So the way the MOI is, the board gets to choose a lawyer. It's up to you guys in essence to vote him out. So the way it's actually, we can appoint a lawyer, we can appoint an accounting firm, and we can do that as the board, it's part of our powers. When we vote, it's almost voting to kick him out and start all over. He is. We brought him on board. He does. Just like Chris Stein did. I think he represents the board when we're confused. When we're confused. Why? He answers questions for all of us.
Many of those events are getting the legal threats from the company through the board over many years. And we pretty much see that.
Okay, so he hasn't been here for many years.
Going back against us, and most of the time it's student or other, it's all the start. Is that not the interest he represents?
He does. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. He represents all of us. And if there's any issues that anyone has to bring to us, we'll use the lawyer to help. And there's no difference in earlier this year when we were doing the speeding things. The advocacy group, I think Kristen was going to approach me and say, hey, we need legal support and legal review of this. And we use the HOA lawyer to do that. Yeah. He does.
That I have with the university support. I can just also
So I think let me get time out for a second. Chris wants to address this point, and I'm sure he can do it much better than me. I can't. I have a loud voice. Okay. Okay.
Need to speak into the mic.
Okay, I'll slow down.
That mic is on mute.
Somebody must have a microphone to speak.
Okay.
The mic is on mute.
That mic is on mute.
Okay.
I can see it from him.
Mic is on mute. Programs expire March. I had asked for something. Okay, is that correct?
Okay, do you want to have Chris address the legal issue? Let's do that. Let's do that. Maybe we'll answer your question.
Is that better? Well, really, my question was for the board to answer, not the legal advisor. We have questions about how the legal advisor came to be a legal advisor, by the way, because the whole process was sit behind that. So how about the board explain the process behind Mr. Tucker's appointment?
Yeah, that's fine. I have that. So we can do this. We can jump around. Okay, that stuff and the accounting stuff is later on in the presentation. Can we wait till then and we kind of stay in sequence? I'd appreciate that. We're going to get to it.
If he is here now to advise us or the board about anything, it should be addressed now.
So he's here for us. He's here for us. He's here for governance sake. He's here to make sure we do this as right as possible.
Forgive me for being cynical, but the previous HOA attorney was not here for us.
Okay.
He was here for the board,
Okay.
and he used to threaten, bully, and insult us in writing if
Okay.
we said something the board didn't like. So excuse us if we're a little
That's
bit
fair.
worried about what's going on here.
I can't go back and adjudicate the past. I can't do that. I can't fix the past. I can't.
No, but he was operating under the board's instructions.
Okay, he wasn't operating under my instructions.
Okay, you'll make the exception now, but
Okay.
the rest of them are the same people.
Noted. It's in the minutes. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, it's not a contest. It's not a contest. I mentioned this before. Who here in this room, raise your hand, have some sort of financial background. I know Leanne does. I know you do. I think Sydney does. Jane Strobel, is she here? No, I know she does. Look, if we get to financial stuff, you know more than me. You know more than me. We go to engineering side, I probably got that covered pretty well. It's not a contest. We're in this together. We're steering the ship together. And I think the participation is great. Okay, next slide. So, elephant in the room, right? Let's just clear it up, and we've already cleared it up. There is an advocacy group. I'm going to push back a little bit on saying there haven't been attacks. Just so I'm clear with everybody, I have had access from about 20 people to all of the advocacy group WhatsApps from the very beginning. Okay, to riddled of attacks on us, liars, cheats, clowns, manipulation. It's riddled. I got 300 pages. I can read out 15 pages of really nasty stuff. Okay, so, and I'm not mad at it, disappointed a little bit, but this notion that we haven't been under attack, it's just not true. It's not true.
But
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a good looking alley.
And I people will hear me.
Is that? Oh, that one.
Okay, I do understand what Mark is saying, but I just want to bring to your attention, Mark, in a special general meeting, I was called all things by yourself, plus the legal advisor. So, it takes two to tango. So I was called all things. I was threatened in this previous general meeting by the legal advisor on instruction from the board. Okay, so thanks.
Yeah. But
Sorry, my name's Guy. Just, where there's smoke, there is fire. And there's got to be reasons why advocacy groups started and the reasons why they comment as. So it's not just a whim. It is actually part of factual stuff which has happened.
I agree, but when the messages are like, let's go in gun blazing, let's go to war, let's have a war. I don't want any of that stuff. I can read it to you. Yes.
It's not wait for small stuff, get on a meeting.
Okay. Fair.
It's gonna be all day now.
Okay.
Stay to the agenda.
If you want, I can just email it out to everybody. People want to see it. Okay. So I guess, you know what, but honestly, having the advocacy group involved, had me think a lot. Like, what are we doing wrong? What do we want? So I thought about to myself, what do I want out of Moditlo? What do I want? I want to be safe. I want my family to be safe, my friends to be safe, I want everyone to be safe. I want people to be safe. That's where I want to live somewhere safe. I want to have great wildlife sightings. Like, I could retire anywhere. I could retire to a beach, to a city. Retired here because I want to be around animals. Sorry, my block. I want good people around me. I want good friends. I've made a great friend group here. Like, I have a nice, really nice support system, good friends. I think everybody wants that. I want good infrastructure. Like, I want water, I want power, I want roads, I want bridges. Like, I want good infrastructure. I also want good governance. Like, I want that. I think you guys want that too. And I'm not. We haven't done things right. It's not on purpose. It's not. We're not trying to be bad governors. You know, I think everybody wants that. So, you know, and I'm up for anything else. You know, I'm not interested in. I want a slope change of a roof or different color house. But there may be big ticket items that we can add to this list. Does anybody else want anything that's really important to them? So that's the final list. Anybody else? What's important to you? Go ahead. Yeah, you can probably yell it. I can repeat it. Yeah, I'll repeat it. Okay, come on. Price is right.
I just wanted to say that the board are being voted in. The board are being voted for every year. So the board that's on now was voted to by the majority of the people in Moditlo. So if you don't want them here, you don't vote for them. So that is the story. And by voting for them, you give them the power to appoint attorneys, to appoint people for financials. So that's the thing. If you don't want them here, you don't vote for them. If you want them here, you vote for them. But remember, when you are here next time, you are in this seat where they are in now.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm not going to stand because I don't stand very well. Things that I would like to add to good governance is transparency and proper communication, because I think that's been super lacking in so that's
100% agree. Yo, how about the last three on this topic, and then we'll go on. So I'm not sure who had their hand up, but you'll get it. You'll get it.
Hi, everybody. Yes, I agree totally with the fact that the board that's currently standing is what was voted in. But Moditlo has grown, and I would just like to second the transparency. It's all we're asking for, no fighting, transparency, and anybody that knows and has a business or works for a company that your financials are a core part of anything, whether it's an HOA, whether it's a profit-bearing organization, and that's all we're asking for is transparency, and the finance plays a very big part in that. So I'm just saying that when it comes to openness and when the members, doesn't matter which members ask for information, unfortunately, The current board has not been forthcoming with the information, which makes us wonder because we can't draw the correct conclusions because we don't have all the relevant information to actually work with, whether it be for the finance, whether it be for legal, it doesn't matter. And all we're trying to do is work together as one team. So whoever gets voted onto the board, that's fine. But I just want, and I think most of us want transparency and the information that we request. Why must we waste our time sending emails if we never get an answer from the office or the board? Thank you.
So I just want to address, I think Leanne was in the office Thursday. And did we get you the documents you were looking for by today? Did we get you what you wanted? Okay. Because you came in on Thursday at noon. Okay. And I can give you a list of what you asked for. This is not an overnight ask. This is a big ask. I can read this out. You asked for a fixed register, report on lease register, report on provisions, report on other payables, report on trade payables, report on municipal charges, report on levies in advance, report on bad debt, report on office income. Okay, so listen, so that's a big ask, and we can get it to you. We can get to you in 24 hours.
Those that know finance, just a general ledger extract to get the total in the apps, what the breakdown was. Without those schedules and a fixed asset register, you can't compile draft annual financial statements. But it's ready available. You've got to have it. You can't draft a set of financial statements if you don't have that.
We can get it to you. We can get it to you overnight. Okay. Or I'll get you can next. Why don't you walk up while he's talking?
Thanks. I don't think there's a single person here who would disagree with the first bullet point. I'm Tim, by the way, Renee knows who I am. In terms of I want to be safe. If that is the highest priority, even above finance, could I ask the two questions? Why it would have taken up until the middle of January to have advised us that in December, sabotage has been committed on the estate? And why did you use the methodology and not, as soon as the sabotage in inverted commas was discovered, why was that not circulated by the service group?
That's a great question. So we had, as a board, look, when we have things happen, anything in Moditlo, it's a discussion with the board. And discussions are not always nice. They're not always all on one side or the other. So we had two options at this point. The valve was closed for about 24 hours. We thought we were losing water, but in truth, we weren't filling, and we didn't catch it. It's the last place we would have looked for a problem. So we had an option to let people know right away, or to put a trail cam there and hopefully somebody does it again. That was our decision, to put a trail cam there. Peter back there put a trail cam up there for us. And that was our decision. And I can argue either way is right, either way is wrong. And I think we could do a show of hands and be 50-50. So that was our decision-making process. I understand your question. I understand the ask. It's just we decided to do the trail cam method. That's it.
Anything discovered?
No, nothing. Unfortunately, nothing. Unfortunately, nothing. Okay, this is the last question on this. We've been on this. Last one. We'll move on. You're fast.
I just want to address the lady who made. Oh, sorry, I just want to address the lady who made the comment before saying voting the board in. Do you understand that it's one stand, one vote, not one person, one vote? That so if there's people who own large amounts of stands, then they have a more controlling interest of who goes onto the board. Yes. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. So we vote on here, and it's one stand per vote. It's not per person per vote.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think everybody got that concept, yeah? Okay, move on.
Oh, okay.
add one more thing to this?
Yeah, great.
Protecting financial investment.
Fair. Yeah, protecting our investments. I agree with that too. I'll send me a message. I'll add it. He said protecting our investments. That's good. I like it. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the approval of the meeting. This topic. Okay. Last one of this. We're moving on. We have to move on.
Sorry that I'm interrupting. Chris, nice seeing you, or nice meeting you. But maybe you can answer me some of these concerns. I will stand away now, just to get myself. In terms of who's in good standing and who not. I know if you owe any money to the estate, that's fine. Then you're not in good standing. But then the MOI is very clear that such member is in breach with any of his obligations towards the company in terms of this memorandum of incorporation, excuse me, all the rules, and has failed to remedy such breach after having called upon by the company in writing to remedy such breach, and he remains in breach. That is what is stated in our MOI. So how is it decided when a person is in good standing and when not?
They'll follow.
And by whom is that decision taken?
Good day, everybody. My name is Chris Tucker. I was recently appointed as the legal advisor for the estate. And to be clear to the gentleman who raised the conflict of interest question earlier, I am the legal advisor to the estate. So your estate is managed by your board firstly. So generally, yes, instructions are given by the board. Those are the people who you've mandated to give such instructions. They're the ones with the power. They must do that. But as the legal advisor, what they refer to me is questions of a legal nature on which they need advice. That doesn't mean that everything you say is going to be disregarded. It means everything will be scrutinized in terms of your MOI, in terms of your rules, in terms of the Companies Act, and in terms of their obligations, and they will get advice one way or the other. And just to confirm, I do not act, personally for any of the board of directors. I don't act for them individually. I don't act for their companies. So I am certainly not conflicted, and I'm not one of those attorneys that will take an instruction where I'm conflicted. I would also just like, prior to addressing your question, just to ask the members to please refrain from making allegations against the previous legal advisor. The only reason I'm asking that is because that legal advisor is not presently here. He cannot respond to those allegations, and I think it's not fair to put him in that position. If you're going to make allegations about me or say something about me, it's only fair to let me respond. He's not here in this position. I don't think it's fair to make those allegations without affording him a reasonable opportunity to respond. So
statement on that meeting and the lack of. Thank you.
Noted.
I confirm it completely.
anyway, to address the question that you've raised, you've asked the question about the members in good standing. For this meeting, obviously, you all know that your record date was the 10th of January. That was set up, that was in the meeting. Anybody who was financially not up to date in terms of any amount that they owed to the estate on the 10th of January, you are not in good standing. Anybody who on the 10th of January had received a letter of demand from the board saying you are in breach of any rule and you have failed to remedy that breach, that is again a member who's not in good standing. So those are the two schedules of people who are not entitled to be present, vote, and comment at this.
It's in dispute.
It's not a question of whether it's in dispute.
So it's sometimes proven guilty.
Can I ask a question? Renee knows the old situation with us. We bought a stand number 75 during COVID, and last year, towards the end of the year, we bought a house number 14 Riverside. During the transfer and all of that,
There was an amount that we still owed. We paid that amount in December, I think, Renee. And we got outcome a week and a half ago, and we paid the amount. So at this point in time, I've got one vote, according to Renee, and I feel I've got 2 votes.
Sorry, Mr. Hubert, I just want to clarify that. Sorry. Your wife did send an email and she wanted to know how the levies are payable if it's not payable at the end of the month. And I advised her that levies are payable in advance. So if you receive your levies for the first of the month, it is payable in advance by the 7th, as the invoice indicates as well, needs to be paid 7 days from the date of the invoice. So the levies is not payable at the end of the month, it's payable in advance.
Okay, but that was still, okay, it was a misunderstanding, but yes, it was sorted out more than a week ago, almost on time.
So look, I'm on slide 7. We've got 49. So like, we got, last question. Last one.
So Chris, if I understand you correct, if there's a letter of demand against you, then you're not in good standing. Is that correct? You're not in good standing, yeah. If there's a letter of demand against you. Never mind if you created a letter of demand, you're not in good standing. Is that correct?
If you've received a letter of demand from the board of directors in terms of the rule, and you have failed to remedy your breach, so you told a breach of a rule.
Alleged breach. Alleged breach.
Why is it an alleged breach? Well, it all depends. Every matter is going to be dealt with on its own merits. Not every matter is going to be exactly the same. Either there's a breach or there's no breach. Either you failed to respond or you haven't failed to respond. It's not a question. Every matter is going to be dealt with in a different manner and be reviewed in a different manner. And I can see you shaking your head, disagree with me, but it's a legal fact.
I want clarity, that is what I want. And it was said that we can ask for clarity. So if a person gets a letter of demand for speeding, then how does he remedy it? Does he unspeed? Sorry, it starts like that. If you get a letter of demand for speeding, and there's no proof from the board that he has met, because they have no monitor, it is somebody that reported that he sees that person spent. It is an alleged breach. So how does that person rectify? So that is my, can I just ask 2 or 3 questions and then maybe you can respond on it. So that is my first question. There are certain breaches that I can refrain from speeding again, and that should be in the letter of demand to say, we have seen your speeding, please refrain from it again. But according to me, the moment that that letter is out, that person cannot do anything about it, but he will stay in breach of the rules, but he cannot do anything about it. The second thing that I want to ask is, so the person gets a letter of demand, and he does what he were requested to do, but then he gets a response to say, yeah, it's fine, you have done it, but a director must come and sign it off, and he waits for weeks for the director to sign it off. So he stays in breach until a director will come and sign it off. I'm uncomfortable with that, if I can say that. Yes. And then the third thing that I want to ask, and please, it is not pointing fingers. That is now for members. But if there's a complaint against the directors that they are in breach of the MRI, what then?
Okay, so there's a few questions there. The first on the speeding line. There's obviously breaches, and the board has an obligation to send you a notice every time you're in breach of any of the rules that they're aware of. Obviously, there's going to be a number of breaches that the board has absolutely no knowledge of, and that they're going to receive a complaint from a member to say they're in breach, and they'll have to investigate and send you a notice. But the notice that they send you is going to tell you you're in breach, and this is how you remedy your breach, and you've got to remedy your breach. Saying you get a speeding fine, that's not a continuing offence. And that's, as far as I know, I'm not sure those rules are yet in place or in any way implemented. But if you get caught speeding, normally there'd be a speeding fine payable. I know that's something that's still under consideration for your particular estate. But once you pay that speeding fine, you're no longer in breach of your obligations as a member because you've remedied your breach. If you've built something on your house that's contrary to the architectural rules and they send you a notice and say, please remedy your breach, you can remedy your breach. And then they come out and satisfy that you have dealt and remedied your breach. So that's how you put yourself in good standing. You get a demand from the board of directors. And if you've dealt with that demand and you've remedied your breach, then you're once again back in good standing.
That's the appeal process. That not interrupt breach. Let me rephrase, should that not interrupt the breach?
So it depends on the nature of the offence, doesn't it? And how it works and what process you're going through. There is an appeal process. The question is, are you disputing that you've committed the breach? That's what I'm saying. Hang on. I'll let you talk. Please let me talk. In fairness, if you dispute that you're in breach at all, that's something that needs to be investigated. If you're disputing whether the board has issued you a fine in line with the MOI, and it's not necessarily the breach that's disputed, but the fine or the penalty, that's something that's entirely separate. So yes, there's a process that has to be followed. And every process and every member who's sitting in that position has the right to review that decision. Have a review provision. You can take it to CSOS. There are rights available to members to address these types of issues. Obviously, I don't have specific examples. You didn't give me a specific. You obviously raised various things. You haven't put an exact example in front of me, and I don't think this meeting is the right place to do it either. We're at the meeting. Obviously, there's members here. We've got to register, and we've got a very long meeting to go through. And these questions are good questions to raise. But if we're not dealing with a current issue that's pending, or somebody raising an issue saying, I'm disputing that you said that I'm not eligible, I need that to be dealt with. I'm not in a place to address that, if you know what I mean. So I'm a legal advisor and will advise, but I can't do it without the facts being placed in front of me. So I can only work on the actual facts that are placed in front of me, and I will do so, because that's my obligation to you and the board.
You haven't answered the question, but the appeal process interrupts the exclusion of members based on a pending outcome of a letter of demand with finance condition. And I'll tell you why I ask, because certain members have been excluded from this meeting, from being in good standing, because of the fact that the matters are still in dispute and there's no final outcome to the dispute.
I think you're going to have to bring those to me. I'm happy to look at them afterwards. Honestly, again, like I say, I've got to look at each of those facts. I can't. If I give you an opinion on that right now, it's reckless. And there's 2 lawyers in this room that'll happily call me out on it being reckless. And I won't do it. I need to actually see the facts that involve each matter.
Good one, Paul. What's the last question?
The last question is, if directors are in breach of the MOI, and there's a case open against the directors, where does that leave?
Well, that's
the group or
okay. Now this also came up when there was the allegation about the board and the board being directors. Please bear in mind, very importantly, your MOI provides that every member of your board of directors has to be a member, which means your board of directors act in 2 different capacities. By being on the board, you are not suddenly deprived of all the rights of being a member. You're entitled to engage with your neighbor as a member. You're entitled to go to a meeting as a member. When the board addresses you, and they're doing so in their official capacity, just what Mark had said to the previous member, he said, please address me as a board member through the correct channels. Through the office, it'll go to the board, because he shouldn't be dealing with anybody directly as a board. It's a board issue. The board act collectively, not individually. So, but that doesn't deprive them of their rights as members. Now, each of them as a member, or if you're a corporate member and they're represented, that's the person who's at this meeting. That's the person who's determined whether they have the right to be at this meeting, to attend and vote and do all of those things. So, as a member, they would have to comply with those same obligations to be in good standing to come to this meeting. Obviously, they're also part of the board of directors, so they're in a second capacity, so they can be at this meeting to address you in their capacity as board. You might want to ask them a question, and they're board members, and so they should address you. But just the same rules that apply to you as a member will apply to whichever, if they hold their entity in their personal capacity, they have to do exactly the same thing. If it's through a trust or a company, then that trust or company has to be in good standing, just the same as you. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thanks for the questions. Thank you for the question. We have to move on to the next slide, we really do. Okay, so we are gonna move on to the approval. I mentioned that when we told he's in Cape Town.
This is the most important general meeting for years. He knew that. He knew there were a lot of people here, there were a lot of questions to ask, and there were a lot of explanations from him.
Ask me. I'm here. Listen, we are volunteers. He has a full-time job, okay? He spends countless hours working for you, okay? Then you have that right not to vote him on. There you go. All right. Okay, approval of the previous minutes. I know we cycled out. Yeah, we did that. We have a quorum. We did, maybe I did it out of order. I apologize. Wasn't intentional. Okay, so I know you guys all got sent the meeting minutes. I know we distributed an audio recording of the meeting minutes before we approved the meeting minutes. We're gonna have questions about the meeting minutes. Okay, I'm voting for approval. Anybody second? Okay. What's that?
There was a discussion about the not sure about the point of 5.1. There was mentioning about the committee for
Okay, he's asking about a committee for the speeding. I think, was Paul Bynes in charge of that? Was this committee for speeding that you're asking about?
That's right, it was.
Okay, I think was Paul in charge of that?
Yep.
Do you have anything to add on that?
At the meeting.
Okay.
If you can remember, I was nominated and I said, yes, I will do that.
Okay.
Later on, in the minutes of the meeting, it was already voted on. So I said, why must I do something?
Yeah.
It was already voted.
Good question. It's a great question. So I think the speeding is a really good example that we can talk about, because any of these things that we put in as a resolution, the speeding, it passed. Other people didn't want it to or wanted to. The late proxies passed. But if you want to change the resolution, you have to come back and say, hey, we want to modify this. We put it to a vote and we go forward. I know one of the big things that people were upset about was that we would be liable for our contractors if they're speeding. Okay. I asked this question to Chris yesterday. We may be able to just go directly at the contractors and 90% of the time. So we have a different legal opinion now. So maybe we'll revisit that in the SCM and have a modification to the current. And these are living documents. They're meant to be changed. So I understand what you're saying. We can work on it.
I think the point that we want to make.
Okay.
What happened there.
Okay.
It was the meeting.
Yeah.
I think the point that we want to make, or what I want to make, is that in that meeting, there was a couple of the general consensus of the people that was there is that no, we're not going to approve that. We're going to A, B, or C is going to take place. All the finance we answer for. But later on, when we received the minutes, it was approved.
We voted on it.
We voted and it was general consensus. I can remember, I was sitting there, that, Humphrey said, will you chair that? And we said, everybody said, yes, let we do that. But there was no feedback to the people that was present or to any of the members that said, that's been voted on.
So both things can be true, right? We can approve something and vote on like we did, and then we can also to make it better.
Okay.
If you want to make it better,
consensus was.
The consensus was the vote.
Okay. So going back to that,
Yeah.
then we would please like to know how many votes are there today. So when it's calculated, then we know how many votes are being passed. There's a quorum, yes, but how many votes are there, legal votes for today?
Okay, there's nothing.
I'm just asking you certain questions to clarify.
Okay, she'll get it to you. We'll get it to you. Okay, so we're moving on. One more.
Introduce yourself.
I'm going to take 2 more questions on the meeting minutes. Go ahead.
Hendrik Weyers, stand 170.
Thank you.
In Mariah.
Thank you.
And this is just a remark. I think I've now been involved at Moditlo for 3 years. I'm not an old guy there. And whatever the reason, I have yet to see minutes of any of the meetings.
Okay.
So I cannot say I approve or I don't.
Fair. So we do, so I think that's give me your email address, I'll make sure it's on the list. There's probably one somewhere else or it's going to spam. Yeah, but they do. Go ahead.
Can I go? Okay, I'm Paul van der Merwe, Riverside 84. People don't know me, I think most people know me. Mark, there were 2 outstanding issues on the speeding fines. The vote was the principle, not the detail. It was said quite clearly, the detail will follow.
Yeah.
We're voting on the principle. The 2 outstanding issues was the first one, the question about contractors that I believe got Chris is saying. The second one is where the board of directors made a proposal contrary to the legal advice that was given to them. And that was a schedule of penalty and fines.
Okay, so the
clearly state that you cannot issue a penalty higher than a monthly levy. And it was stated, and the legal advisor that your people used made that very clear. And that point was raised and it was just put to the side. And as you say, it was just put to the vote. I think it is, what was the word that was used earlier, but then I think it is irresponsible of the board to making proposals that is against legal advice.
Okay, so the legal advice, it fell short. There's more to it. I'm going to read you the legal advice. We can't apply fines that are greater. We are allowed to do that. Do you want to read this paragraph out loud or just be emailed to people? The fines in the current fines and schedules does not follow the legal opinion in the lawyer's letter. True. This was first to a single fine mentioned in the legal opinion of not being more than a month's levy in terms of this section title Management Act. Exactly what you're saying. I agree. However, when we questioned the legal advisor on this point, they confirmed that although the HOA falls under the COS dispute resolution, it is not governed by the sectional title management act. But governed by the Companies Act, the HOA's MOI. So a structured fine schedule can be adopted and approved by members in a general meeting. That's it. We can find R1 million if we want to. They'll never pass, but my fault. It's my fault. I'll send it out. Okay, last one. We got to move on. We got like 50 slides left.
Follow on that.
I just sit here.
So, Kofi, my name is Tim. You said it already in Contains the legal advice. Article 17.2 of that advice stated that the fine may not exceed. Start again. So, Godfrey, my name is Tim. Hello, sorry. Okay, is that better? Now I get it. Article 70.2 of the legal advice said the fine may not exceed the monthly levy contribution. Article 40 said the COS are particularly strict around the imposition of penalties within the community schemes. So maybe we can follow up on that material. Now, on the approval of the minutes, which we were doing, there was also mentioned that there would be a risk assessment, a logical framework was mentioned, and an organigram. The organigram would be done by, so are these, is that organigram done? No. So we still need an organigram, because then the risk assessment, the logical framework, a strategic plan might help these points on number 3, which you said. That's something which is important. Then just one observation. It stated that enrollment levy be raised to proposal to 10,000. Later it came to my attention that this enrollment fee is going to Mr. Peter Janneke. It's not going to the HOA. I'm not sure that's true, but maybe we can find out. It's good to know anyway.
So, good question. Good question. I appreciate it. No, stay here. Stay here. Stay here. Just stay there. Stay here. Stay here. Stay there. That's better. Okay. I agree with everything you're saying. And we'll look at the legal, this is a conversation that Chris and I had just yesterday about this meeting. We haven't done anything to implement it yet. We're only in a month, 2.5 of our new fiscal year. We want to get it right. Like, I'm not one to rush things to get it wrong. We want to get it right. And I'll do better. I'll do better. As far as fines, if someone's caught, and I can be wrong here, if I'm wrong, it's not on purpose. If someone's driving in the wilderness area, like Maruti, Riversdale, that fine does get paid to the owner of the land. So if you're driving up in Leopard's Bend, you go to Garth. If you're driving in Riverdale, it's split between him and Bernard, and so forth. So good?
Speeding fine goes to that.
Yeah, speeding and fine goes to the HOA. Of that going this, she was telling me what you were telling me. So if you're driving off the reserve into Leopard's Bend, that fine will go to Garth. You're driving in Riversdale, it'll be split by the landowner. So wherever your fining goes, the speeding comes to the HOA. The speeding fine goes to the HOA. I suppose if you're speeding in Leopard's Bend, we might split the, I don't know. Okay. Thank you. I like your questions. Like, good. I'm glad you're reading.
Okay, can I go back now?
No. That's a mistake. Okay, chairperson's report. Look, that's just I'm not trying to cut anybody off. Like, I respect your questions. I respect that you read a lot. I think it's great. I think it's healthy. But I'm trying to move this thing along so we can, get through the meat of this thing. I'm not trying to cut you off. And I'm not doing this. I'm not giving you bad body language. I respect you.
You said we can ask questions to the estate, which we do, and we never get a response. So we does that.
Okay, then email me directly.
Email me directly. Very stock response to say, don't ever email me again on my
Email to the HOA. Save from her. Okay. So this is the this is the order of how I'm gonna lay out things. I'll talk about communication first. Communication. I'm talking about the history of Moditlo. I've learned a lot about Moditlo the last couple of weeks. Water, finances, levies, capital projects, the 2 tracks. So those are the order. Like, I'm gonna get to them all. Like, you see something, or you want to address something later on, just wait. I'm not gonna dodge you. Communication. So these are the ways that we have communicated this year. And if there's better ways for us to communicate, tell me. Tell me. Communicate better this way, so I get your information. Like, I'm not trying to not communicate. I believe in communication, like through and through. We're doing a monthly newsletter, okay? I think people are reading that, don't know. We're getting information from the Blue Canyon. Whenever I ask, and there was a lot of people always wanting information from the Blue Canyon, what's going on. Whenever I reach out to the Blue Canyon, they let me know so I can pass it on to you. Doing monthly sundowners. I think it's been a good thing. It's good to see people out there. Willingness to work the advocacy group. Whenever they've asked us to meet, we've met. Like I haven't ever said no. Okay. Fair. Okay. Steering committee. We had the open house. I was in the office for about 7 days. I wasn't there for 26 hours. I saw 6 people. Like nobody came. You guys came. You were great. You were great. The access office is open. I mean, you look, Kathy and Linda, stand up for a second. Please stand up for a second. Yeah. No, it's Nicole, sorry. Kathy. These two like deserve a round of applause. They're in the office all the time. They've read every document possible. Like, good. I think that's great. Wish more people would. Like, thanks for doing that. Like, awesome. And when they had questions, they came to me. I tried my best. But I do want to ask, in that process, were you ever denied access? Or were we forthcoming? So if we weren't, we need to do better. Okay. Okay.
So that's the majority of what we wanted. We didn't ask anything about financial.
Okay.
I'm not a financial person.
Okay, not me either.
I'm not following up on any of that.
Okay.
But yes, we sat down, we asked a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
We told us what we knew.
Yeah.
So that was the purpose
Yeah.
of why we were there.
Good.
That's how we gathered.
Great. Yeah. So like there are role models. Like people sitting in there, it's awesome. Awesome. Okay. Okay. Hold on, we have 232 votes present. The quorum requirement is 117. So we did good. What was your question? Okay. I'll try to do better. Okay. Okay. At the last SPM, I think it was 94%. Like people supported late proxies. I mean, it was problematic today. You know, we got to do better. We got more people out there, but the willingness is there from really everyone to support communication, support people voting. That's healthy. That's good. And the trial Zoom was supported at the SPM and again today. So I want to talk about Zoom for a second. And not really about Zoom. So how do I go about this? Lengthy's down. So I'm going to get to Zoom, but I'm going to sort of lengthy's down. Like my background is engineering. Okay. I like to be slow and deliberate and get things right. I don't want to rush into things and get things wrong. When we knew we had to repair Lenthia's dam earlier this year, the first thought was just get a TLB, a backhoe, TLB to just stuff up there and just block it up. That would have been a short-term solution that would have failed. We slowed down, we thought about it, we brought engineers in, and if you see Lenthia's dam, it looks awesome. Like, I'm never in a rush to do things wrong. Okay. I feel the same way about Zoom. Okay, or Microsoft Teams or Google Meets. I bought a house in 2016. I lived back in the States until 2021. So for 5 years, I was emailing Annalia, maybe Paul, maybe asking about Zoom participation. It wasn't available to me. So and then the 3 years since I've been here before on the board, it wasn't available. Okay. We're stepping into the Zoom process. It's the same way that I work as an engineer, slow, deliberate step forward. Curtis was here last September, whenever it was, Zoom. We're doing better today. I got link out, it's gonna be recorded. Okay, I'm just not one to wanna rush into things and do it poorly, okay? And if that doesn't work for you, then don't vote for me, because that's the way I approach things. Slow, methodical, deliberate. I know we had Eland Dam repaired in 2018, it failed. Okay, I don't wanna do that with anything. I respect your guys' money. I don't wanna throw money at something that doesn't work. And I am deliberate. And again, if that doesn't work for you, you want somebody to rush in fast, don't vote for me, I'm not gonna do that. So Zoom, we're trying it again today, hopefully it's better than the last time, hopefully the next one will be better, and subsequently we'll get to where everybody wants to go. But I realize it's not fast enough for everybody, yeah, I do. But it's just the way that we're processing going forward.
What's important about
Yeah,
what's important.
I know, it is important to me, I had 5 years without it, I wanted it badly.
Because they have been asking.
Yeah, I'm trying my best.
Sure. Chair, my name is Yarrow Jacob. First of all, I think you've done a really good job today. This is not an easy task.
Give us more time.
Well, thank you for moving it along. I don't sit on either side of any fence here, so I just want to say thank you for moving it along. I won't get into the question that I have about electronic participation in meetings. I have views on that which are underpinned by the law. They aren't personal views, they are legal views. I wanted to speak about communication. My partner Jules and I arrived in South Africa last night after flying for 30 hours. Okay. You have made an offer to meet with people in person, for people to attend the office. I can't do that, right? I live in the Cayman Islands. It's very far away.
I'll come to you.
So, pursuant to that, there was a bit of correspondence that went out this last week. Within 24 hours of each bit of correspondence, give or take, I wrote a letter or an email to the board. I asked some questions. I referenced the law. I referenced the act. I referenced source. I never got a response. How do you propose to engage with people that don't live in South Africa, that have questions, that are legitimate questions, that have no emotion, they're not backed up with anything, they're just questions, and they want answers. And I think the nature of Moditlo is that a lot of us don't live in South Africa. You have a lot of foreign investors who live in Australia, England, I don't know, Cayman Islands. I think Jules and I are probably the only ones that live there. So what must I do? I spoke to Renee last night, fortuitously, because our car broke down. Sorry if it caused any offense. Sorry. I spoke to Renee last night, and she told me that the board is very busy and they get a lot of questions. I think I get that. I understand that, and I have a lot of sympathy. And like I said, I have a lot of sympathy for what you're doing today, and I'm grateful for what you're doing. I think the board has a lot of questions because there are so few answers. Now, if there were answers, there'd probably be fewer questions. And if there was transparency with the questions that are being asked, which it seems like a lot of people have got the same questions. How do you deal with that? But primarily, how should I be asking questions? Because I can't fly for 30 hours to meet you.
Great question, great question, great question. I've had a number of FaceTime meetings with people who are overseas. So people have reached out to me directly. I think I had 10 or 12 or 15 FaceTime meetings from my house with people in the US, in Europe, Australia, nobody in the Cayman Islands, so I am available that way. So I want to be responsive to anybody who has questions. So that's the way you can communicate with me when you're overseas. Like as far as the questions you asked, they're legal with respect to Zoom. And it is way beyond my understanding. I can't read what you write. I can't. I don't understand it. I know that we had sent some of those to you. I think we forwarded them to you, but he's also on a time. He's got other clients as well. We're not ignoring. And you know, I know some people are a little. I'm just going to talk about now. Maybe Renee hasn't gone back to emails as quickly as possible. That's my fault. It's my fault. Not her fault. It's my fault. Where's not staffed right now enough. She's doing 2 jobs. She's doing 2 jobs. It's my fault if emails aren't getting back fast enough, because we haven't served you right by having a hire in place. So if you want to talk with me, like, you can get a hold of me through her. I'll FaceTime with you anytime. Just if you're on Cool Beach. And Chris will get to your questions were, I couldn't understand it. So Chris will take up on that when he can get to it. It's not malicious. He's trying to stall you. Or do you have a mind's eye?
Chair, thank you for indulging me. I appreciate the offer, but I think it's also really important that when people ask specific questions, that they go through the correct channels. Now, I get that. The board acts as a collective. Yes, you may have some sort of delegated authority to represent the board on certain matters. A letter is sent out with an email address, you respond to the letter. That's the protocol. So there should be an equivalent protocol where somebody can deal with you if you're located in a different jurisdiction. I didn't want to go into the electronic participation in meetings. There's a fundamental issue there, and I'm happy to forward the letter that I sent to the board and the follow-up response after there was a letter sent back to the board, which highlights, in my view, several fundamental inaccuracies and potential breaches of fiduciary duties for not holding a meeting because of the context of Moditlo, with the membership that we have that facilitates electronic participation in meetings. I am here today fortuitously because we had planned the trip to be here. We spent an obscene amount of money to be here. Some people aren't as fortunate as us. I've had a few people write to me. Again, I'm on no one side here. I don't sit on any side of any fence. They've written to me and said they would have loved to have been here, but financially they just can't afford it. By not having electronic participation, you effectively disenfranchise members who have a fundamental right. Not only in the MI, it's a company law right. And I'm pretty sure the legal advisor will confirm this, but I won't put him on the spot. Okay? It is a fundamental right. And it's not only a right to vote via proxy. It's a right to come to a meeting, to put questions to the board, to hold them to account. That's our right. It's also a right, indirectly so, to perhaps influence votes at a meeting. There might be somebody sitting in the UK at the moment that has a really important point that should be raised at this meeting that may have a bearing on votes that are cast, for whatever matter it is. I'm not talking about the election of directors. It could be approving the annual financial statements or whatever. So how do you solve that solution? And now I appreciate it, and thank you for your honesty to say, move slowly. I'm of the same view. I don't think anything should be done in a rushed way. But the reality is, this issue has been solved by pretty much every company that I represent in my personal capacity. For everyone's benefit, I am a qualified lawyer. I sit on boards, international boards. There are virtual meetings. These are South African companies. Given the nature of Moditlo, this is a problem that needs to be solved. And it's a time-sensitive problem. We're voting today on fundamental issues. Is the board well equipped to solve that problem?
Yeah, so do you want to answer anything on that?
Hi guys, so I just think it's fair. Obviously, I have seen the correspondence that has come through, and to be clear, I don't disagree with anything you've said. It's well written and it makes sense, and it speaks to members' fundamental rights. But as Mark said, you've got to also recognize that you're holding this meeting here in Hoedspruit, in South Africa, and the board needs to make sure that you, if they give you the right to participate electronically in a meeting, that you actually get to enjoy that right. Right now, with the members who are just watching this meeting, not participating because they've kept a proxy, they're just watching. They can't hear what the members are saying. So already there's an issue that's been identified that is a problem. So my view to the board is that yes, they need to work actively to try and find a solution. Like you say, when you have these meetings, you can do it, but you need to take into account the environment you're in. You need to take into account that you're in this strange boardroom that all the members who are participating can meaningfully participate. Because if you've signed into the meeting and the board has allowed you to sign into that meeting and has said to the members, I'm going to allow whoever wants to sign in electronically to sign in electronically. And half of this meeting, half the members here represented personally or proxy are now online. And they now can't meaningfully participate, as you did now, because you speak really well and you can engage everyone really well. If there's an issue, you then deprived of your right. So it's their obligation to make sure that when they make that service available, that it is actually available and that the rights that you're exercising can be meaningfully done. So if that means that they're conducting a test right now, for example, by allowing guys to view so that they can then communicate with those guys and say, right, guys, what were the issues that were identified as part of that meeting? How do we do better? Do we have the facilities? Do we have a maybe better solution to the microphones? The fact that everybody who's speaking needs to have a microphone. Is there a better way for the guys who are signing in electronically to be able to communicate and for you to be able to hear what they say? I can imagine those sitting on the meeting right now are inordinately frustrated because they cannot hear what you said, or they cannot hear what anybody who stood up and didn't have a microphone in their face said. It's not meaningful participation. The board has an obligation to make sure that it is meaningful participation in that front. And I'm happy for you and I mean, you're a clever guy, you're a lawyer, you're well experienced, you've done this a lot, just like me, I've done the same thing. But you've got to recognize that the board has the obligation. And if half the members now can't participate, then we have a bigger problem than what we've got right now. So I think it's following the right process. And I think you are going to end in a position where that is going to be available and it will be done. But it's about figuring out how that's done with available technology and within available resources.
Yes, like that.
It's not rocket science.
I agree. Okay, it's not rocket.
Sorry, it's not rocket science. I mean, companies have been doing this for a long time.
So listen, this is the most open and broadcast meeting Moditlo's ever had. It is. And we're trying, and I hope the next one is better. And I was so happy that your son did that at the SGM. Great. And the next SGM will be better. Like we're stepping through slowly, deliberately. I mean, I don't know, there's no ill will to screw people over. It's not what I'm about. And hopefully that, yeah, I appreciate your input.
Just a quick question for you, Mark. You said that you wanted to take it slowly, and I really appreciate that because I'm an attention to detail person as well myself. Oh, sorry, everyone. I was just saying to Mark, thank you for the go slow. I'm an attention to detail person myself, so I appreciate what he's saying. My understanding is that the Zoom meeting requests have started over close to 12 months ago. So when do we expect that you think that you'll be able to comply with requests and mandates?
So that 12 months ago was wrong. Like I was submitting a request in 2016. So it's been a long time, okay? This has been a long time coming. And we're doing our best slowly.
It's not.
Okay. So the list here is this list here, the things that are starred, I believe are things that are new this year. So these are things that are started, what we weren't doing last year, we're doing this year. So we've added 7 things new to our communication. Okay. If we're not reaching you, if we're not communicating, how can I do it better? How can we do it better? Let me know. Go ahead. I bet you do. Come on, Paul.
I think like in any company, you've got human resources, supply chain management and so forth. We need a communication officer that can be directly communicated to and give feedback to the members at on almost a real time. And I think when we look at our list of candidates that's here, we must either identify, because we don't have privy to see what's the background and what they can do walk on the moon, or have walked on the moon, to see if they might be the right profile to be a communication officer. The monthly newsletter, if there's points that is pending, like for instance the Zoom meeting, maybe add that and say there's a section for the AGM and just say this is the feedback, because most of it is all relevant for you to say it's my fault. But at the end of the day, people are waiting for a response and they're not getting a response, and that's the frustration.
Right.
So it's not about you being wrong or what, it's just getting feedback.
All right. Okay. Communication idea? All right.
Mark, nowhere do I see that the website that is there set up is being updated with any documentation, whatever it is there.
That's great. I know we're actively trying to build a brand new website. Alan's been working on that. I think Bernard's been working on that. We're working on it. Yeah, and I agree. It should have settlement agreement. Everything should be on there. That's the plan. Great. Okay. Okay, a little bit of history, because I had to learn a lot. So I'm going to go through a little bit of history so we all become a little more informed about where Moditlo, or how did Moditlo become Moditlo. Okay, so the timeline here. So I've already typo. Joost and Ernest Skipper owned the Riverdale farm. That's the father of Pete Skipper's back there. That farm is called the Maruti farm. Maruti is the word for priest in Shangaan. So that was their farm, Maruti farm. The Skippers sold 50%. So Riversdale 1, which is Leopard's Bend up on the North Gate, they sold that off. They sold that. I'm not sure if that went directly to Garth or if there was an intermediary. Don't know. I don't know. Then the Skippers sold the parts of the other Riversdale, which was the little SM blocks. There's some, I guess, Marshall Camp. There's a couple of bomas there. I think the cheetahs are in one now. I think the buffalo are in one now. SM, I learned, is not really ESEM, it's the letters S and M, which are the initials for, I think, Pete's mother. Is that right? There we go. Eventually the R40 cut off part of Kapama. So if you look at old satellite photos from like 2003, you can see Kapama extended in, and that part was cut off from Kapama. I think at one time they tried to make that a hunting camp, it didn't succeed. But that was owned by the Ruda family. An agreement was made by the Ruda family, Skippers, and Pete Denters to develop a wildlife farm. That's like the next part of the sequence here. It was financed by Gene Multimedia, JMM, with the financing for the farm itself. During that, they went to a 33% three people agreement to own the farm. The Skippers family, Atipota and Ati Deploy, and I'm sorry if I'm messing up these South African names. Yeah, bad, is it bad? Yeah, probably. Thanks for being nice. So JMM went into financial distress and the bank foreclosed and stopped his development. At that time, he tried to stay solvent by selling off stands. So as the bank foreclosed, he tried to stay solvent and sell off stands to meet the debt. At that time, Peter Yannicka, who had invested in a secured bond, he has an investment in JMM. He took payment of the bond, took payment of the debt by acquiring 20 stands. So instead of getting money back, he took 20 stands as payment. It was also under pressure. The developer was still under pressure even after it was stands. So he sold the Maria Farm, which is a southernmost farm in Moditlo, to Peter Yannicka. Again, the developer was failing again, and he sold the Hootsprit farm again to stop default on the farm itself. In the 2011, the settlement agreement was signed by the landowners and the MEHOA. Bernard made an agreement to open the Oni Lodge with Athibota. That agreement wasn't between, as I understand it, between Peter Yannicka and Bernard. The Moditlo Eco Lodge, the Moditlo River Lodge, as we know it now, was also under liquidation and was sold at auction to Peter Yannicka in the name of .com Trading. After liquidation, developer still in distress asked Peter Yannicka about purchasing additional stands. At that time, Peter purchased 80 stands at that point in 2015. Oh, sorry. That was the last. Go back. That was the last part of that time sequence. It kind of gets us to where we're at.
Send this on an email, please.
I can email the whole PDF.
That'd be great.
Okay. You want to? I'll do it as a PDF.
Yeah.
Okay. Peter, do you want to have anything, or Pete Steppers anything? I know that was like a fast timeline, but kind of a general timeline. Anything to add? Pete, anything to add? Yeah.
You missed the point in the beginning. You missed the point in the beginning. There was a DFA. A DFA that's government approved, that controls everything, and still today is the only government document. It says there are 474 stands. There are X farms, Moira, Bridgeside, etc. And there are only so many commercial stands. And it's 102, 108, and 124. Nothing else is commercial. So if the DFA is the ruling document and government document, how come do we have other commercial stands? For example, Bernard Copper's Biani, because that, as far as I'm aware, contradicts the DFA, and even in today's MOI, every stand has rights and obligations, and they are non-transferable. So any stand here that has commercial rights on it, as per the DFA, are the sole commercial land stands. There are no other commercial stands.
Okay. I am well out of my breath here. You kind of lost me at DFA. Is one of you want to take that question? I don't know the answer to that.
Thanks. I'm Peter Yannicka. If anybody doesn't know. The point we were trying to illustrate here is that I'm not the developer. I wasn't the developer. I was an investor, and I wasn't paid. I tried to not let the Moditlo estate go to ground, and that's why I bought these farms, because the developer by the name Athibota was starting to refuse access at the main entrance because he weren't being paid in terms of agreements that was in place for road contracts, for water supply, and so on and so forth. They then wanted to stop us from driving on Hoedspruit and Maria, and I bought those farms in the interest of Moditlo. So the point that I tried to make is that I'm not the developer, so please don't judge me as the developer. I am, as all of you, an investor. The reason why the liquidator approached me to buy those stands is they said, should they put 80 stands on an auction, some of those stands might go for very little money, and that will ruin the value of investors. So that was the intention, and that was why it was done. Now, in terms of that DFA that you referred to, the commercial rights is we're allowed to have 128 rooms on that Moditlo stands. And not myself, the developer, Athibota, made an agreement through fancy lawyers with Bernard Coppers that he could rent his house to the Moditlo Eco Lodge, which was the owner of the commercial stands, and that he would be renting it out on that basis. So in other words, The lodge was going to be the commercial entity. They were merely renting space from him to have some people sleep. So that was what was done. And there's a 60-page document on that. One of the options at the liquidation, after the liquidation of, because Zamori was liquidated. Bernard Koppers came to see me and he said, this is the agreement I have. Now what? And I honored the agreement because Bernard paid a substantial amount of money to be able to rent his house out. But because Moditlo Eco Lodge weren't coming off the ground, he gave him in writing permission to start his lodge with the intention of it will be managed by Moditlo Eco Lodge, which now didn't happen. So that's how Viani's situation came about. But on the 128 rooms, meaning 240 people that can stay, the house that was rented from Viani was part of that 240 people that can sleep. So I honored the agreement that was in place. So just so all of you understand, it's not something Bernard and I did. It's something that Adibweta did with Bernard, and I'm trying to honor the agreement. So, but the DFA, you're 100% right. Just so all of you understand, those couple of stands have the commercial rights, so everybody's right. But the main entrance also have commercial rights. And for public knowledge, that belongs to my wife. Actually, a trust that is in place for her. So obviously, I'm involved, if you want to call it involved. But and then the middle gate, as we call it, or some people call it, I call it the contractor's gate. That gate also belongs to me, or at least the company controlled by myself. And that also has commercial rights. So just to put that on the table, so I don't want anybody to think we're trying to hide something. We're not. That is what it is. So I need everybody to understand that. Now, if you want to challenge the legality of that agreement, we can do that. It will make no difference because we'll put 2 more properties on the stands that have the commercial rights, and we'll have the 240 people. So, but that was how it came about. That's not me. It's not Bernard. Bernard was sold a stand at a very high price to have the ability to rent it out in that way. So just so everybody understands this, it is simple as that. But the 240 rooms that, or 240 people that we can sleep, that is the DFA, and it has been approved. And if somebody wants to challenge that, I think it'll be a waste, but it can be challenged. I didn't do it. I inherited it. And I'm naturally a person that try and honor agreements. He didn't do something wrong. In my Moditlo Eco Lodge went bust. It's not my fault. It's not his fault. That's what it is. So I hope that gives you some answer, but without going into it too far. The reason why we try to show this just is I'm not the developer, so don't judge me as the developer. I'm simply the owner of that land.
Thank you very much for giving the history, because I think a lot of people have been asking. I wanted to know, is the 60-page document you're talking about available for members to see or find, or where is it?
It's such an agreement.
Yes, yes. He'll send it to me. Well, I'll send it. He says he'll email it to me.
He said a file from 50 years ago, so I just need to find it. But there is such a document, and it was given to me at the time.
Okay. Water. Okay, so of the things that scare me most, it's not mamas, it's not lions, it's not the Atlas group, it's not the steering committee, it's none of that. Water really scares me. And I did not know how much it scares me until I got on the board. So I'm going to talk about water for a bit. So all these things in red are failed boreholes. They've all run dry. Some of them ran dry in 2014, haven't refilled yet. We started this year with 6 boreholes. We only have 3 actively pumping at this time, and this is the solar one, not the strongest. We really only have 2 boreholes working at this time. So just so everyone understands the layout of things. So at the very bottom corner, we have this water tower. There's actually no water in this water tower. The water is all stored here. This is our reservoir. So when I'm saying the reservoir is 50% full or 10% full, it's this. So it's 850,000 liters of water. All the water that is distributed to your homes is gravity fed. So the high point of the reserve, everybody gets their water all the way into Riverdale, Fish Eagle, from gravity. Flows downhill. We have to pump the water up here so that it can flow backwards. We have a pump station here. So, you know, these pumps that are at the boreholes aren't strong enough to pump the water uphill. So we have a pump station in the middle with a bigger pump, kind of like the middleman. Just pump to the big pump, let the big pump pump it back. And so any questions about just the layout? Okay. Did anybody like learn anything about that? Okay. We built a water usage model. Let me try to break this whole presentation. Okay, so this is a water usage model. This is the way we're trying to understand your water. So right now we only have 3 functioning boreholes, 1, 2, and 3. They're able to pump 1,500 liters a minute, 2,000, 1,500 liters a minute. If the boreholes start failing, I can move it down to what it's actually producing. So you see this adjusted number here. So if the borehole starts failing, we're getting less water. And as you see, as I move this, our water remaining in days goes down and down and down and down. So if this was the scenario we were in, we'd have about 2.8 days of water left for all of us. We also can put in how much the reservoir is starting. Is it full up at 800,000 liters, or is it half full? If we're at load shedding where we can't pump water, say load shedding 4, you know, because we have to have power to make water, just the way it is. If we have a leak, you know, we have a big leak, and we have leak volume, a big leak, but they're out of water. This is the way we kind of monitor your water. You plug in the parameters, you plug it into the model, and we know what's going on. Okay, is it perfect? No. I mean, those of you who are in the modeling business, not like yeah, not like legs, but in the model, the models are only as good as the data you put into it. So if I was to ask Dion how long it takes him to drive to town from his house, how long is it? Just roughly, how much time does it take you to drive into town? 20 minutes, because he's done a lot, he has a lot of data. How long would it take you to drive from your house to town in the snow? Yeah, he has no idea, because he doesn't have data for that. This works the same way. Any model is only as good as the data you have. We have okay data, it's not great, but it's good enough for us to understand what's going on. Okay. Okay, this is our water usage now or last year and projected going forward. This is kind of meant to scare you. So 2020 this year, we used 70, sorry, I jumped ahead. Back up, there we go. This year we use 7,000 liters an hour, about 168,000 liters a day, almost 4 million liters a month, and about 60 million liters for the year. It's a lot.
Sorry, I've just got a question from the people on Zoom. They can't see the presentation. They're just hearing your voice. So could
I can try,
be turned to.
but it's gonna be faint. Okay, they don't have to see me, like, believe me. Okay, next year, 2025. Project, this model is projected. We know how many houses are being built, we know what the pace building is. So next year, and at the end of the year, we're gonna have needed 65, almost 66 million meters. 2026, almost 72 million meters. 2027, almost 78 million meters. 29 won't get 90 million meters. That's a lot of water. That's a lot of water. Our boreholes just can't keep up. We're trucking water now. We're getting water off site. We're bringing it in. We're filling the reservoir with truck water so we can have water. The water scares me, guys. Again, not mambas, not lions. The water scares me. Any questions about this usage? Oh. Yeah, go ahead. I'll repeat it.
I want to ask a question about consumption in terms of leakage. What system is in place to actually find leaks without people driving up and down roads and trying to see weak spots? Do we have a monitoring system? Do we have a meterage system in certain places that the meterage data can be collected so we can see when a lot of water is lost?
This is the best question of the day. So water leaks are a problem. Right now, we don't know how big a problem. So in essence, our data for water consumption is at your house. How many liters you're using per month, how many units you're using per month. We are in the process, we have it ordered, where we gotta install a meter reading, a water metering system on the outflow of the reservoir. So we know what's leaving the reservoir, say 100,000 liters, and we know what you're consuming. And it should be 100,000 liters, 100,000 liters, right? We know it's not gonna be that, right? We know. But we don't know. We don't know the answer to that. I guess the big question I have as well. It's something that I hopefully we're bringing on. No, I don't know. We ordered it. It's coming in. We're going to get it installed at a great deal now. So let me keep going with her. Leaks are hard to find, especially in the riverbeds if people aren't driving there. And elephants like the riverbeds. They're easy to pull up the pipes. Unfortunately, when that happens, there's no really wet spot on the sand. It just goes down. So usually when there's a leak, sometimes we'll send a WhatsApp out, everybody look for a leak. You guys are kind of our monitoring system. But in the rivers, they're harder to find.
I've been jumping the gun here, but we live in a water scarce area. And what are we doing in terms of people harvesting there? Isn't it time for that building rule that prevents gutters and storage tanks to be waived? Because the reality is we're going to run out of water. And I know you can't put a gutter on the thatch roof, but there are many roofs nowadays. So why not get rid of our filthiness? Nobody sees my house, so what the hell does it matter whether I've got a gutter there? Nobody sees my courtyard, so what the hell does it matter whether I've got 6 big JoJo tanks there? Shouldn't that tie in with this? Need attention.
It's a great idea. That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Is the challenge the fact that we can't pump enough water, or the fact that we don't have enough storage? Because it's easy to put up another reservoir.
It's a finding problem. We just don't have enough water to pump. You know, one of the boreholes they opened up in cotton fields, I think we opened it up in April, May, I'm looking around somewhere in there. That pump, I saw that pump, I was like, oh my God, like 20 years of water already up now. It looks so, it was like a fire hose. Oh my God, this is savior. Now it's like, I can drink it. It's gone. And all of our boreholes are just failing. Like and there's only so many more places we can drill. Right? So, but it keeps me up at night. It keeps me up at night. I'll get to that. I'll get to that. Okay. Go ahead, Paul.
Thanks, Mark. I think part of the frustration, Mark, is that there were proposals made in 2018 to put the monitoring system in. And for some other reason, that proposals have been wiped off the table. And now we're talking 5 years later with exactly the same problem. So I think that is part of the frustration of the members. We have seen this, and we know that is common. But leakages are a major problem. And it does not seem like it. I got a lot of respect for Rio. I don't know where is Rio. For running around and fixing and everything. But I know about the pipe in a river that was running for 3 weeks non-stop. But as I said, there's proposals on the table to say how we can address these things, and then the board makes a decision to say we're not going to.
Okay, so you were on the board of 28. If I wasn't, so why wasn't it done?
Of the board from 2020 onwards. No. I was on the board. Proposals were made 2018, 2019, 2019. We ran in a crisis in terms of water. There was a whole water plan approved. That for some other reason in 2020 was one of the table. My guess is I don't know, because I know it levies, and there was not enough money.
I can't address 2018. I can address, I like this stuff. This is my wheelhouse. And, I think there's solutions. We'll talk about this going forward. But it scares me.
Okay. We have this proposal, the tanks.
Yeah, no, we can.
I'm just talking about the proposal.
Okay. So his question about tanks and JoJo's. So okay, I just learned, I have a lot to learn. That is in the architectural guidelines currently for JoJo's and guys. It is. Look out for that one. Gutters too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know there's concern that the lodges are using the majority of our water. They're not. They're not. The residents, the residents using about 80%, just over 80%. These are the 2 lodges in the staff village. So it's about an 80-20 split. But the lodges are using, the residents are using. That's it. This is really simple data. As I think we have 150 some odd houses built now, completed. As we get to 200, 250, it's going to be even more separate. This is going to be up to 90% as we get more, and the lodges will become less and less important. Go ahead. There's no sense that the lodges are using. They're using water, but we're using the most water.
Clarify, whose responsibility is it to be sure or ensure that the members are supplied with water legally?
So, speculating, I could be wrong. So the water system, the pipes, the pumps are owned by Peter Young. We have to maintain them. That's in the settlement agreement. So when a pipe breaks or pump breaks, we have to maintain them. So if you're asking about infrastructure,
No, I'm just asking about legally, seeing that we don't know land anything. Peter does. Who is legally responsible for providing water on the estate?
I know
We
that.
don't have any.
No, so
whose responsibility is that?
the HOAs. Like he doesn't have a legal he doesn't have a legal obligation to provide us water. So he is not the landowner. Oh, sorry. He is. He's not the developer. Never been the developer. .com bought the properties. In fact, the large properties was bought by Realty Dynamics 18, which is a company. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not the developer. The developer's bankrupt. So sue the developer, be my guest. You will get nothing. The board, this board, and the previous boards have been trying their very best to supply water. We are still, and Mark will get to it, we are still working very hard
or the board is working very hard to get additional water. I think, sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I might just add in quickly to you guys. When on that DFA that gets referred to, and subsequently, as Paul pointed out, we've had water reports done and people doing investigations and tell us how the boreholes are and whether it's sufficient. When this DFA was done, the expectation was that at no point in time, and I'm talking, if I call a number now, it's off the top of my head, but the expectation was that there will be between 20 and 25% people on Moditlo at any point in time. It was never thought that there will be 80% occupancies, never. I think COVID taught all of us that you can sit in Hoedspruit and walk and work anywhere, which you can do it in the Cayman Islands as well. And that has changed the water requirement. But as I say, I'm not the developer, so let's find the solution. And that's what we are trying to do. The monitoring that we are doing, I mean, it costs a lot of money, but we have information for the first time. And we are expanding on that by trying to monitor what comes into the system. And I believe we will be putting up more meters on more lines to determine where water is going away. But it all costs money. That's what it comes down to. It all costs money. But we are working on solutions. So if you want to sue Zamori, a liquidated company, it will not help us at all. And I mean, as it's been pointed out, we have drilled so many holes on the farm. So the willingness to supply water is not the problem. And I think, as I say, let's not try and blame somebody. Let's try and solve the problem, which we really are. And the current board, and specifically Mark, is leading the way. But with Rian's help, they are working and we are working.
Rian is definitely leading the way.
Follow up on that. I know in the chats, I believe it was Bernard who was saying, who confirmed that it's in the, I think, MOI, that boreholes are not to be drilled in individual stands. Okay, I think we all understand that. So I know we're looking for water. So can you explain, and this is, can you confirm, I guess is the question. I heard that a borehole was drilled on H92 in 22 or 23. That was a private stand, or is that not correct? Maybe.
So I know that, so when we have the water finder guy, whatever that job is, the driller come out, I know, yeah, all the sticks, that guy's actually better, stick guy. I'm not sure what that's called. So I know one stand, he found water in a private stand.
Yes.
It was his. So we said, hey, can we
But it was drilled.
Can we ruin your stand?
Right.
We ruined the stand.
But it was drilled and it was on a private stand.
Yes.
So that sounds like anyone can drill on their stand. If you can drill on Peter's, why can't you drill on anyone else's?
If we find a borehole, we'd love to drill.
That's what I'm saying. If we're looking for water.
Yeah. I would hate to have, I mean, those pumps are not quiet. They're nice. I would hate to have.
But I'm speaking legally and per rules and regulations, it says you can't, then we did. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Just one thing, and I'm not pointing fingers. In a previous meeting, it was mentioned that, and it's above my head, it's over my head, that the big Hoedspruit aquifer sits mainly in terms of Moditlo under Riversdale. And somebody said, yeah, that is the case. Now, looking at that map, I'm just asking why are most of the boreholes on that map, not on Riversdale? I'm asking this question. I'm not pointing fingers.
It's a great question. So if you went back to the map that I showed you all the failed boreholes, the system that pumps water to the reservoir doesn't extend all the way up north. And the other part is I don't trust any of those scientific surveys. Like we've drilled based on science, we've built based on geology and reports. It's just been no water. The water gets from the guy. That's who finds our water. And honestly, like, and I don't know this to be fact, I'm speculating. I think that pumping all this water out from underneath our feet is bad for the trees. I think it's bad. Like, I don't want to keep sucking water out of our system. And the way it's working, they're just failing. Everything's failing. So, you know, I think there's solutions going forward. I want 3 or 4 alternatives. Like, I'm looking at the next alternative and then 30-year alternative and then 100-year alternative. But I think we should be looking at a whole sequence of alternatives. I want my grandkids to live here.
What about later?
So Lida is a non-starter, I think, right, Rian? Lida is a non-starter for water.
I mean, Lady is a big water scheme, so can't we get water from there?
We have investigated 2-3 on the Zoom meeting. I've got 2 cameras, one that sees that and one that sees that.
Okay.
You can just tell it about it.
Okay, people on Zoom. There's actually 2 cameras set up now, 1 camera for the screen and 1 camera for the openness. So there should be a way to see both at the same time. That's correct, okay.
About 3 years ago, I can't remember the dates exactly. We worked with 2 different independent consulting companies. One is hydrologist, sorry, from Nelspruit, and there was also an engineering company that's involved in infrastructure development and rural development. So we investigated the data pipeline. There's 2 basic spindles in the pipeline. They come obviously from the dam, and then close to the Yorkman Spruit Road, it splits up, which one comes to town, and the other one goes past Campus as the Scotia. It was the intention was to serve the Scotia community. Now, the Scotia segment was never commissioned. The pipes is in the ground, but it was never actually functioned. We drove that road and we opened manholes and everything is stolen out. So the problem with that is who's going to maintain that? Who's going to pay the cost to get it functional again? Because Mupani District Municipality is under administration, so they basically pay. The one that comes down was put in the beginning with the intention to feed the Air Force base and also to supply straight down. Then with all the agricultural development on that line is already too small to supply the initiative. So I spoke to people on the La Serie Water Board. We had a meeting at that stage with the IO, and they basically told us it's not going to happen because the first priority is to spread out and the electric base. So that's the black and white. It's not going to happen.
We shouldn't accept that. We shouldn't just accept that.
So we shouldn't accept that.
If they haven't got the money, then it's supposed to be escalated to regional and then provincial and then even national treasury. Okay, so they can't just say they don't have the money.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't accept that. It's our constitutional right to have access to water. Okay, so we must just join forces with other people on this matter, but we must get some water from government.
I agree with you 100%. The only problem with that is the timeline.
Yeah, I get, but it must be in the contingency.
No, for sure. As Mark has said, we're looking at medium and long-term opportunities, and that is definitely still on the card. It's just not going to happen.
Thank you.
Just take 2 more questions on water. One here and Sydney.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Gavin. I'm from 114. My question is why individual owners aren't able to drill at their own cost while on their premises, on their estate.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know.
I just feel it's a lightning load for.
I think we have solutions. Okay. Sydney?
Thanks, Mark. My question is more in terms of the approach that this water usage. Because my feeling or what I'm gathering, we are not approaching this as a project. Because in a project, guys talk about timelines, but you have the next steps. Just like as the lead said, if you miss out, you don't get the desired outcome at a certain step, then you move into plan B. So I think if we can just package it as a project, and probably there will be some assistance from within people with the expertise, contacts, whatever, that can help in resolving the issue before Tuesday comes into play. Thanks.
Okay. Like I'm a process, project, schedule, timeline kind of guy. That's just how I live. And I won't let doomsday happen. I'll find a way. So yeah, great. We're coming to solutions. We're coming to solutions. We're gonna get there. Go ahead. Back in the room. Last question on this slide, and we're gonna move along.
Everyone here? Yes, we have a crisis. Yeah, we do.
Fair enough.
And it's been years in the making. Okay, 2019, I think someone mentioned earlier, we went without water for 6 days. Not pleasant, let me tell you. Bathing in the pool. The board knew all those years ago that borehole system was not going to keep up with growing demand. And they were told it again in 2022. And all that work you've done was done years ago. Why are we where we are now?
So look, okay, that's my fault. I don't know why. I don't know why we are where we are. I just know where we are.
Sorry, Mark, to interrupt here.
Yeah.
You weren't on the board, it was way back.
Yeah.
Originally, the developer reported, I don't know legally or not, that entire Moditlo could be sustained in full development with the water that was on the land. Then, right, so it wasn't right. Then in 2008, I think, or 9, don't quote me, the board did an investigation, who they hired? Burrow, maybe Peter remembers, someone Burrow. And we can look it up, but they reported, I believe, that in fact, no, Moditlo could not be supported by the infrastructure that is there. So my question is, and again, not to you, but perhaps Peter, what was put in place, and is there a 5-year, was there a 10-year plan? What was the plan to bring water, knowing that it was unsustainable?
Paul, were you on the board then? Do you want to answer that question? I don't know the answer to that question. No.
You say you don't want to be quoted. I don't want to be quoted either. We have reports, and please remember, the reports were based on the 25% people staying here on a permanent basis. So we have reports, and the report said that Moditlo can sustain with the water, and the boreholes can sustain them. So I'll be honest, I don't know about the 2008 report, but I have other reports subsequently that was done, which said there is sufficient water. The way that the board has tried, when a borehole ran dry, they got people in and they drilled holes. We've drilled a number of holes, as you've all seen, and we've found water on a reasonable basis. I say again, I think the world has changed, and now there's a problem. I can give you the assurance, this board at this moment is not only working on a solution. We have a solution, but as Mark pointed out, the solution will be for the next 5 years. We will need a solution bigger than that. Now, part of the solution, I believe, we will have for the next 10 years. So we are working and there are plans. So it's not like we're doing nothing. And all those holes that were drilled was to solve the problem. And from me as landowner, the willingness to do this, please understand that we do try to solve it. And we find water and it's strong, but eventually it runs dry. So we are working and we are doing what we can. But I think we should try and get to a solution. Let's hear the solution and hear the plan, and then we can go further. But that it's a scarce resource, no doubt. We need gutters and water, and not to waste water. That's also very, very important.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next slide. I think everybody's seen this figure coming up next. If it's gonna come up next. There. So these are, every stand here is an individual stand. I'm down here somewhere like 11,000 liters per month. And I think I can do better. Like every one of these is a stand. These top 13 stands use more water than the lodges at Staff Village combined. There's 13 people, okay? They're using lots of the water. It's just a lot of water, like the Okabongo at somebody's house. Like, I don't know. So it's just a lot of water usage. I know in the past there was talk about having a different rate system based on how much water you use. Based on seeing this, I think that should be done like right away. But that has to go through everyone here. Any questions about this? It's pretty straightforward. And if people are interested in knowing, I mean, you should know what your stand is. You can go look at your bill.
Excuse me, ma'am, just a question. You're identifying the 13 stands. Does the board actually contact them and say, or the office go back and say, you know, they might not read their monthly utility bill, and you say, well, have you got a water leak on your property that you're not aware of? Do you live overseas and you haven't turned your water off and it's busted, so your pipe's busted? So what's the follow-up that is in place? I know years ago we always used to talk about if you leave your stand for more than a night, it's a good idea to turn your water off before you go.
Yeah.
Also, too, the elephants can come through your stand and rip up pipes and stuff as well. So where are we informing our new residents on what is the appropriate behaviour to try and minimise water waste?
So that's a great question. So we definitely see and notice if somebody's using 10,000, 10 units, 10 units, 10 units, and they go to 50 units. We see a big jump. And it's either a broken meter or it's a leak. And we do get to those people. I think it's I would just go home and look at your statements. And if you're using more than, I don't know, 30 units per month or something, then call us out or try to cut back. I don't know. But we don't have a comprehensive system in place. No, hopefully I can be self-maintained a little bit.
Sorry, we do identify if people are using a lot of water, we do contact them and we ask them, is this something that we can help you with? Do you have a problem maybe after the meter, which will then be the owner's responsibility? We had such a case just a while ago. The guys went to, sorry, we can use the, it's an owner that's not living here. We went to have a look at it. He gave us permission. The only problem that we have is there is another residence that we are all aware that use a lot of water. And if we ask them, if we can go and have a look, if there's something wrong, understand after the meter, they deny us entrance, and we cannot go on your property without your permission. So if it's before the meter, we can have a look at it. After the meter on your stand, we do have to have your permission to do that. And if you don't give it, then we cannot give it. Yeah.
Renee, probably. I know there was talk, and I don't know it clearly. Do we have a tiered system for paying water yet, where the higher users pay more? And why or why not? Because I know it was discussed.
Yeah, it's getting built from a certain amount, a certain usage, Rian, you put yourself a certain usage to a certain usage, certain amount. After that, certain amount higher, after that, certain amount higher. But there is a tiered for the people that are using more water, or the higher your water usage is. That's what you're asking.
So I just want to know, hi, Carol, if we are with water restrictions at the moment, how can that be acceptable? I mean, I'm just asking, there has to be a way within the estate. If there are rules, you're not allowed to have a drinking hole, your swimming pool has to be a certain size, you're not allowed to do this, not allowed to do that, and we are under water restrictions. There has to be a way to say that, hold on, you're using so much water, we've got to investigate.
We've thought about that, and you know, when we're in December, the month is really tough. It's a tough month of December. And we ask people to restrict their water usage.
This is big enough. Does that, I don't think I need. Okay. Does that include all these extraneous other stands that are now overflowed from Riani or Moditlo River Lodge? They're individual stands.
No, separate, just homeowners only.
Okay, so those ones like Rhino's resident, the ones I'm referring to come under lodges.
These are just, the other side was just homeowners only. So that's a good question you asked about when we have water restrictions. You know, in December, we were emailing a lot, not typing a lot, saying, hey, chill out on the water, don't use the water, we can save water. And, you know, it went down, but not by a lot. Like maybe people restricted 5% or something. And we thought about, I'll get to it. Rihanna and I thought about like having like load shedding for water, like water shedding. We thought about that. But if we do that, we create air bubbles in the system. We create air bubbles in people's filters and stuff, like people have the water filters coming into the house. We would destroy your property, we destroy the pipes. It's not a solution that is good. It just, those are great things. It'll make it worse.
Sorry, Mark, but I just want to, if there is within our country, if there is a municipality that has water restrictions, you are told how much water you as a household is allowed to use. Why can we not implement that thing? Why can we not turn around and say to the people, for a household of 2 people, for example, you're allowed to use 20 units or 30 units or whatever, and by that way, you can easily then eliminate the people that are misusing the water.
Yeah. I need to think about that some more. I'm sure there's been negative consequences to that. I'm not sure how we would manage it. But I want to limit water usage. Like it's a problem. That's all right, I don't have a better answer for you. But if we cut their water, then we're gonna destroy their water system. We're gonna destroy their filter, we're gonna destroy their pump. Yeah.
Just wanted to comment on your previous slide. You can just go to your previous slide.
Previous one, okay.
Previous one. Okay, but just remember that Spike is also holidays.
Wow.
So you probably had 3 times as many people on Moditlo as normally.
Great point. Okay, we're gonna keep moving through here. So there was, on the advocacy group, there was when we were monitoring water, I think I put out, we were at 22%, the next day I put out we're 8%. And you went on there and asked why 22 to 8. And Kristen replied, lodges in staff village. You did, I have it. That's not the answer. I'll tell you what the answers are. But not that way. Weather, it's hot. People are filling pools. It's hot. And there's more usage. Construction's a big one. So let me give them a dry erase board. I brought it here. I'm just going to use it once. So you have 1 meter square of concrete. That's 200 liters of water to make that concrete. But if somebody's pouring a foundation, that's 100 meter square foundation, That's 20,000 liters of water for one pour. Sometimes the foundations are 150 meter squared, it's 30,000 liters of water. And that's not the only water they're using for the concrete, they're using it to clean and do other things. You have a couple of those in December, people are rushing to get their concrete poured before the break. We can lose 60, 80,000 liters of water in construction in one day. That's 10% of our reservoir right away. I know where you're going, let me get there first. The board has talked about this. We think that, and if there's builders here that might not like it, we think that maybe at all time or just in the hot season, it should be mixing offsite and not be using our water to mix concrete. That's one of the things we're talking about. I think maybe that's a simple solution, no passion. I think at the next SGM, that'll be something we propose, is to have offsite concrete mixing. Use somebody else's water, bring the concrete mixed already. Builders, maybe more difficult for you, sorry. We've been fortunate this year. We haven't had load shedding. If load shedding had been in place this year, we would have run out of water around Christmas. We could not have pumped and hauled enough water to make up for pumps down, especially if it was like stage 4, stage 5. It would have been impossible. It would have been impossible. We talked about this before. I'm not, I think you said I was blaming somebody. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm responsive to what people were saying. Why did we lose water? That was one of the factors. And that's not like we were losing water. We just weren't getting it in the system to provide it to you. Yeah, we could have been transparent about it and decided to put a camera up, but you know, I don't know. Maybe there's 0.1% chance of baboon closed it. Maybe there's a 0.1% chance an elephant closed it. Like who knows? But like it takes a lot of turns to close that. So like 99.98%, that's human did that. So, but that was one of the reasons we struggled in December. Any questions? Okay, I'm gonna move on to, oh sorry, go ahead.
Report said that there's a trend. Every December, there's a shortage of water in the Germans report. So now it's only this sabotage. So maybe bigger.
No, it was concrete, sun, more people on the state, a valve closed. There's a whole thing. It's not one thing. It's a whole thing of things. Okay. Okay, Kapama water. I want to be careful how I talk about Kapama water, and it may not be enough for everyone here. I'm sorry. It's a really sensitive negotiation. The owner's very private over there. The communication is probably not as frequent as it would like. I feel like I'm walking on eggshells because I want to get it. We do have a solution for water. We have been told we could get at the beginning, they have what's their water rights of a certain amount. They've been told they can provide us with 100,000 liters a day to start, and then increase that. They want to know how much water they can make for themselves. So I've been over to Kapama Freon. They had an old water treatment plant that wasn't big enough to supply their growing needs. This plant is 30 years old. It looks beautiful. Looks like it was built yesterday. They're in the process of building a new water treatment plant that can support their needs and our needs. They're supposed to be doing that water treatment plants March-ish. They need to do some testing to make sure they're cleaning water. I mean, it's a beautiful facility. Not a drop of oil on the ground anywhere. After they do their testing, they want to start building a pipe to us and get it to the R40. At which time we have to connect that pipe. I think the people that were looking at, I don't know who was in that group, but they were looking at doing, the leopard had died, and looking at doing turnouts or circles or road bumps on the road. I think they found that very difficult. Working with Sonrail is very difficult to get water to us from Kapama. But we're talking about the right people, with the right connections, with the right expertise. We've done this before in multiple regions, north up at Palabora at the mines. I feel like we're in the right place. I had an engineering meeting with Rihanna and some of those folks on Monday at 10. So there is a solution going forward. I believe there is. And believe me, 100,000 liters to start a day, the dream. Doesn't meet our needs of about 170,000, but that's just for us to start. And then they would add on, making sure they can provide us. They have a huge, I don't know. They have a big allocation of water that can serve both of us. It's a relationship that's been between the Ruda family and Peter and Pete, a long-standing relationship. I think you guys who are in business understand how important relationships are in complex things. So I am excited, optimistic, I'm positive. I mean, I won't take no for an answer from those guys. They're gonna give us water. Like, we're gonna get it. Like, I won't take no. Like, we're gonna solve this. But also, you know, I was talking with Paul Bies about a week and a half ago. There's other solutions potentially, getting water from another source down the road, potentially getting water from Madrid down the road. I think we should be looking at getting Kapama water and getting something else secure for 30 years from now. Like, I don't want to stop. Like, I want to have things lined out so that long after I'm gone, my grandkids are at the house, there's water. And I'm focused on that horizon. I'm not just looking across the road, I'm looking over to see what we can do. So, you know, I said I'm scared. But I believe there's a solution. And frankly, you know, I believe I can be a big part of that solution. So that's all I really want to talk about there, because it's such a sensitive negotiation. Water's a premium. I don't want somebody from Raptor say, hey, they're getting water. Why don't we get that water instead? Like, that scares me. Like, I don't want to be competing for water that they want to give to us. Okay. And look, yeah, that's where I want to stop. Okay, any questions about water? Okay.
Well, can I just say, we're gonna have to pay for it.
Yes. So, yeah, so just so maybe you guys all know this, just to repeat, you guys do get a water bill every month for the units of water that you use. That water doesn't go, that money doesn't go to buy water. All that money does go to the maintenance of the water system. So the money that you pay to the bill doesn't go for the unit of water. It goes to the system, the maintenance system of the whole system. We're still gonna have to maintain that same system we have. We are gonna have to pay for water. We're talking to them about that. We don't have a specific price. Yes, I know, it's scary. But you know, they're committed to providing it at the kind of fair market value that's established by. But it's really our only solution. And if we do get that, we will have to spend less time managing boreholes, less time digging boreholes. So maybe in the long run, may be the same. I don't know. The Classeri Dam River, yeah, Classeri. And I was there in the dry season, and the water was overflowing their dam. I could not believe it. There's so much water.
Okay, so the water comes from the Kasiri Dam system, and that's where I see an opportunity, but it's going to cost us. Because there are other properties available that's for sale and might get into the market for sale that's got the water rights. And seeing that we don't have any common land, then we can buy that land and then by owning it, we have the water rights. Now, if you talk about water rights and how much you need, and there's some farmers here, they know what's 1 cubic or one hectare of water per year is 9.3 million liters per year, 1 hectare of water. So if we get 10 hectares of water, you've got 93 million liters of water a year. If you get 20, then we can close up the balls. But I'm just saying, that's what I discussed with Mark, and I think we can, in the long term, have something that belongs to us, that we manage, and even if we start a fund, my calculation was maybe off, but I said, maybe over 2 years to get a 20 million rand fund available, it will cost each stand owner 1,800 rand additional per month. But that's for water security. So it's something to think about, it's a suggestion, but I think long term it might be a more viable solution.
Okay, it's 1:15-ish. My next slides are about finance. It's gonna take a while. People want a 15-minute break or just go through? If you want a 15-minute break, raise your hand. Okay, let's rejoin at 1:30 sharp. Like I'm starting at 1:30. Did you okay, let's get started. Sorry, a little aggressive. Let's get started on finances. Hey, quiet down. Go. We got about 2.5 hours left before we lose this case. And I'm honestly, I'm getting a little tired. So I want to, and it's hot. It's hot up here. It's a lot cooler back there. I don't know, we should flip the room around. So I was we're gonna start on finances, and I'll be really honest, people. I'm really good with numbers, like engineering. But finances isn't my language. That's why you put a post on social last night that finances are not your forte. Not mine either. So Leanne, if you have things that can help me, I'm down. Okay. So I know we've seen spreadsheets before and finance reports before, and I did do it like, oh, come on. It's tired too. So I know we've seen financials and we all have the financial report and we've seen spreadsheets put up on screens to show financials. I'm not doing it like that. Doing it my way, because it's the way I understand it and what I'm most comfortable with. And if I have the privilege of being up here again next year, I'll do it that way again. If somebody else is up here next year, they can do it the way they want to do it. So here we go. So I've broken everything down as simply as I can make it and as clear as I think I can make it. So we're going to talk about revenue. So this is the last fiscal year. This is the levies we received from administrative. We received almost, look, I'm not gonna, I don't know what that is, 10.5 million rand. We received that much with the reserve fund, 3 million rand. Sorry, my apologies. Okay, good. Okay. We received revenue from electrical and water recovery. We received revenue from the enrollment levy. We received from fines. We received some back from the CSOS. And we received a little bit from bad debts. That's all of our revenue, simply as I can make it, from last year. Any questions on this slide? Okay. Expenses. This is going to take a little bit longer because I've drilled down more to give you the information that I think that you want. Maintenance costs. This is what we spent on maintenance last year, 5.7 million rand. And for each of these, I break it down even further. Those are our individual maintenance costs. So of that 5.7, sorry guys, this didn't pan out very well. The electrical maintenance was almost 2 million. It's almost 1.5 million, just over. General maintenance, drilling of boreholes, maintenance of water, fuel, access gates, all the way down to the service and maintenance of the tractor. That was all of our money that we spent on maintenance last year. Anybody have any questions on this slide? Go ahead, Sydney.
The future presentation, if you can have the plan versus the actual.
I have the budget actual next. I'll show you yeah, we'll get to that. Good question. Any other questions about maintenance expenses? Okay. Oop. That's gonna go away. We'll go to municipal charges. We spent 4.5 million rand or so on municipal charges. That breaks down, so that's the unit cost. So this is electricity that you pay when you turn on your lights. This is our fixed costs. We have to pay for the transformers and things like that. So that constantly doesn't change. This number is based on our units of usage. This is our trash removal, and there was a tiny bit for the Department of Water Sanitation. So those are our charges that went to the municipality. Questions on that slide? Go ahead.
Sorry, the last time I spoke, my name is Leanne. So, and I'm on Maria 154. So this one, I think what would be better, because we know that we only pay rates to the municipality, we don't receive any service rendered to us on Moditlo. We've just spoken now that they won't help us get water. So I think, you know, just for, clarity for the reader of the financial statements, it mustn't say municipality. It's not the right terminology. Secondly, I think it would be nice to know where the electricity charges are coming from, because we have standalone, we have the water that would come. Okay, this is just under municipal. So the electricity charges would come from Eskom. So we just would like to know, as the readers of the financial statements, and that's one of the documents I did request, is the monthly statements coming in so that we can check to see how the demand charges are spread amongst the stands. Because this has been a topic of discussion at previous meetings, because in 2019 we were paying R1 per kilowatt, and now we are paying on average between R2.49, depending. It differs every month. Every month it changes, which I understand. And secondly, I do understand there's a winter tariff and a summer tariff. So I am aware of that. So if we could have more clarity on the Eskom charges so that we can do a due diligence on it. That's all we ask. Secondly, the fixed costs would come in. That would be the demand charges on the Eskom account. So we can factor that in. And then the removal should actually be put separately. For the simple reason, it's a completely different service provider with the SLA, a service level agreement. So we would have a service level agreement for the truck to come and fetch the refuge from the cage. Because even it might be a small amount, it just makes it easier for us to read and comprehend where those consolidated totals are coming from. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. When there's obviously a lot of invoices, receipts, bills, and I was trying to consolidate them in the most simple way that made sense to me. So yeah, if there's. Yeah. No, but yeah, and I kind of understand you, but I'm kind of tired. So just come sit. We'll look at the data in the office. You can read. Okay, let me get back over here. Ruler right here. It's nice. Security. We spent just over 3 million rand on security last year. This, the access control of the gates, arm response to K9, the Leopard's Bend gate, that's a separate expense the way we are charged. The radio fee, all the radios for communication, and iTrack is like tracking devices. That was all of our security expenses for last year. We good with that? Oh, yes. Not quite.
It's coming up to 10 million one at a time.
So the board, we talked about that. I mean, Peter's here somewhere. So are we then going up for tender again? We're going for bid again. I'm just saying this as Mark. I like the job they're doing. We definitely have a working relationship with them. When we see things they can tighten up, we communicate with them, they communicate with us. I would be nervous to bring in someone new. I am a proponent of continuing on with K9. That's my position. Right.
Going out to open tender, just it's a very short.
Yeah, that's fair. Sorry. That's fair. So what we said is going out for tender makes them sharpen their pencil. I understand. Control costs. I understand it. Yeah.
Last year, you mentioned this year,
So the security cost, because last year and this year, the staff that are at the front gate were being paid for by us. So our staff cost went down because now they're all working for K9. So it went from our budget to K9's budget. So all the people you see at the front gate, like the new kid, the new guy I think is very lucky. His name is very lucky. And yeah, all those guys, Vincent and Sifu, they're all now being paid for by K9 and not us. So there's kind of a shift in budget and training.
Mark, while I've got the mic, just a question from the floor. The security company cost, is that market related?
So I think I'm going to answer your question the way you want me. I think I understand your question. I know when we do reviews of, I'm a big guy, I'd like to see what other people are doing and paying. I know when we look at like Johannesburg, we're super cheap compared to Johannesburg costs. Around here, we're on par with what everybody else is paying.
That brings us to the point of going out and open tender again.
Yeah, so it's
a
little, so the tricky part of it is K9 provides services to the Blue Canyon. So, and it's separate, they build us separate, it's a separate contract. I would hate to have two different security companies on the estate. So it's, I understand your question, I appreciate the question. I'm like, hold on, I'm gonna use a dry erase for you. Not product here. And we're on finance anyway now. Green for money, for dollars. So I own one stand. And I own one of 466 stands. The rest of you own 404. Oh, I'm so tired. 465 stands out of 466. This is, somebody can check my math. This is 99.878. We are, so I pay for, let's just go 88, 1988. My wife and I pay 0.2%. So when I'm spending money on anything, I'm worried about you. I'm only worried about, for me, it's just 0.02%. The rest of you is 99.87888. So I respect it as your money. Like I'm scared to spend money because I have to answer to you. The board's scared to spend your money, so I have to answer to you. Like I'm hyper aware of that. So when you're talking about going for tender or sharpening the pencil, I get it. But there's sometimes a bigger Blue Canyon's involved, Leopard's Bend involved, Rudy's involved, Madrid's involved, so it's, you're gonna have to look at all the factors. Not to answer your question, but.
Check the main bell on a daily basis.
No. I'm sorry. Is there any other questions about security? Right. Is that math right? When they get their calculator out?
So when it comes to security, I think the biggest thing for us with the shift, so the shift happened, as Mark explained, as the chairman explained, 1.3 million in last year's financials as the comparative, and this year over 3 million. So one of the things that we were told in previous meetings was that it was due to the fact that they want to increase the security for us in their state, which I'm 100% for. But I think the deliverables on that SLA, which is one of the documents I requested, a lot of the residents have indicated that we haven't seen that much visibility of the so-called extra 1 point something million in terms of safety. One of the things that was brought up by the chairman at last year's meeting was that there was a high trans and high thing at the Serie 1 stop, and that we have to protect Moditlo. I don't think that one trans and high with guns and all that constitutes us levy payers paying an extra 1 point something million for security. I agree with you. We keep, if it's one company on Blue Canyon and this, I agree with you, it must go out to tender, but somebody must be held accountable for the deliverables. If we are paying somebody for a service and it's such an exorbitant amount within our budget, we need to know what we are getting for that value. What are they doing? I haven't seen any. I don't know if I'm just saying me as a standholder. So I just wanted, because I look at the figures and the bottom line, I just wanted to know what is our monthly charge for the security and what do we expect for that money? What is in the terms and conditions? What are we paying for? And are we getting that? Are we actually getting what we're paying for?
Can I answer that? Have you ever seen any problems in Moditlo? I've been here 7 years, I've never seen any problems. Yeah. So
no, I don't want to go. I don't want to go down that route. No. I'm saying we changed. We decided to go from internal to external, and you brought up a good point that the comparative would have dropped for salaries because we're not paying them out of our own salary bill. That also needs to be changed, but I'll help you with that. The terminology, the accounting terminology. But I'm just saying that we would just like to know what. I'm not saying they're not. I'm not saying there is a problem. I'm not saying there isn't a problem. I'm saying we are happy. We just want to know what we are paying for. That's all. It's a straight, simple transparency thing.
So I 100% agree. I think we should all know what we're paying for. But I also just want to say the reason that we are this safe is because of K9 and Peter Wern. He is connected with Farm Watch. He knows exactly what's going on. And so I just want to say the reason we are this safe and the reason we've only had that is because Peter Wern is looking after us. I just want to say. Bond, can you tell us who owns K9, please?
Yeah, who owns K9?
Conrad. I don't know the answer to that.
Conrad.
Yeah.
Conrad, what's his name? Ross.
Right, good day to all of you. The question was, who owns K9? There's a gentleman named Conrad de Rosna. And then I'm the manager of Blue Canyon, the anti-poaching unit, and plus the reaction and all the gates. So that's what my job is. And look after a lot of the animals. So yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, I just want to respond to what Lorna is saying. Yes, it's they're doing a good job. There's no security incidents. There were also no incidents before they were appointed. So please just compare apples with apples. I know about 2 incidents. One incident about the sabotage about the water, and then I know that there was housebreak. That was also never told to the people. Nobody knows about that. So there were incidents. The only incident that I know all the years that I'm on our estate was a theft from Beyond Lodge. That was his own people.
I'd also just like to respond to Lorna's comment. Paul, you're 100% right. We haven't had any incidences. I'm not talking about that. Remember, I'm looking at the financials. And I didn't even bring it up, but now I will bring it up, is that the chairman has indicated they don't want to diverse from the company that has been procured for security because they're also servicing Blue Canyon. Well, there, all I asked for was a copy of our service level agreement. Now, when you start bringing Blue Canyon in, there's a conflict of interest. So it's our right to know what Moditlo HOA is paying for. And I'm just looking at the numbers. I'm neutral. I'm just looking at where the money's coming in and where the money's going out. I'm not talking about the fact that we made the wrong decision. I'm just saying currently we are sitting with a security company, and I just wanted to see what the deliverables are in that signed contract between the company and the HOA so that we can make sure we are getting what we pay.
Okay. Can we move along, Paul?
I just like to comment on something that was raised, that I raised 3-4 years ago on the AGM, when we still there in the after COVID. And because security was my bread and butter for my previous life, I think I can speak from authority. The way I perceive contracts being awarded to service providers is that you, first of all, establish a risk and vulnerability assessment. Now, that is usually done independently to ensure that there's no conflict of a current service provider between both sides of his brain. Then when you go out for, when you establish the independent risk assessment, that gives you what we call, then you write a security management plan. That's your Bible, how you're going to manage the risk on the estate or on the estate. Out of the risk assessment comes your deliverables from your service provider, your scope of work. Then that scope of work then goes out to bid to other companies, and then obviously they all present their capabilities and so forth. And by doing that, then when they go out to and they respond to that, then you get the amount, how much it's going to cost you to run an operation. Just to change without doing that does open you up for different views. But that's how I was brought up, and that's how I understand how you get from a risk assessment to a security management plan to a service provider, and what is his scope of work and what's going to cost it.
Okay. Okay. Employee costs as a next Employee costs are next. Salaries, permanent staff, staff welfare, and our casual staff, that's our total expenses for employee costs. Levies. So we pay 700,000 rand for the Blue Canyon, 150,000 or so for CSOS. And the 2%.com is a flow through. So I may say this wrong. When people, it's just part of the path agreement that Peter, when he bought those stands from JMM, the multimedia, that he gets 2% back from the cost of a build. So if somebody builds a house for 100 rand, and 2 rand goes back to him. It's just a flow through for us. We don't take anything. It's just we're just a pass through.
Can you just clarify? From what I read, I thought the 2% building fee goes to the HOA, but the 2% building fee for Peter's stands go to him. Are you saying that all of them go to Peter?
No, his stands.
Just his stands?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. No, selfish, I got my.
James, it's not a legal question. Regarding the levy that's paid to the Blue Canyon Conservancy, the letter that was sent out by the chair stated that this was calculated.
So I have a slide on this.
Oh, do you have
in like 10 slides? Yeah, it'll show percentages. Thank you. Gate rentals. I'm not sure I have a separate drill down for that because it's pretty straightforward. Appreciation by itself, all about 1 million or so rand. Bad debts. I think administration has a pump out to administrative costs or auditor remuneration, office expenses, telecommunications, and all the way down to printing and stationery. Good with that. Utility costs. Utility. Professional services, architect fees. We have an outside person do all of the building reviews, legal expenses and consulting fees.
Thanks, Mark. I just want to make a comment on architect fees, and I don't dispute the amount of the fees. The MOIs is quite clearly there will be an architectural committee under the chairperson of a director. That has not changed. So the appointment of architectural or architect is against the MOI, and that matter was raised 3 years ago. And the rules have never changed. The MOI has never changed. Still state that there must be a committee. So that is part of my concern on the breaches that is just passed on and just happened.
That was before my time. Did anybody answer that as to why that was done? I don't know.
Mark, sorry, I just can't see on the screen. What is the total cost of the legal expenses on your spreadsheet, please?
About 60,000 rand. But I don't have an answer for you, Paul.
Sorry, just Paul's comment, what's going to happen with Paul's comment? Is this going to be laid to rest? So that shouldn't be there. So it's just going to say, well, yeah, there was in 2008 and now, what's going to happen?
So the question that people on Zoom and the guys asking what's going to happen to Paul's question, well, I think we're going to find out. I don't know why that was in place, so I can't answer.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I am happy that we can give an answer, but I think just for clarity to everybody, it's been since the inception, since I became involved many years ago, we've had this architectural committee, and the problem was that none of the directors necessarily has the knowledge to try and enforce that, and then mistakes will be made. So when I got involved 20 years ago, Toy Scudder, I think, is that right? She was the architect that was on the committee as well, and she's been advising. She subsequently moved down to the coast, and the board decided to get another architect to advise them. They simply don't have that knowledge, and it's expert knowledge. So nothing has changed, and I honestly think, I mean, the rest of the board, and Mark specific, everybody, they are spending so much time at no cost. That person is just not working for free because it's a professional person. So this is what we have to pay to get that expert knowledge. We can go without it, but then if something goes wrong, that could be a problem as well. So that is an appointment to get the expert knowledge that we need. My opinion, but it's been like that since inception. You're welcome. Sorry, I'm not the chair, but you are.
No, I don't, thank you so much for the answer. I think we haven't addressed Paul's question and Guy's question. It's not about the architect. That's perfect. We need an architect. The problem is that the MOI hasn't been changed in 3 years, so we're in breach of the MOI. Having a legal, an architect, a professional, which we pay on our financials, which could theoretically cause a problem, because that is an expense that shouldn't be there, because it's not part of, you know, that's the thing. The MOI is not correct. It's not the architect.
I think there's also been quite a few other issues raised about governance or what have you, or not according to the MRI. Have those issues been documented? Are they going to be rectified? Mark, you very kindly tried to answer some of those questions, but obviously in certain circumstances you obviously cannot.
Yeah, I mean,
so what happens to the question that Paul's asked, the question that Leanne's asked, all the members? Is there going to be a committed follow-up?
I think, I mean, it really depends who's on the board starting tomorrow.
Oh, well, Mark, that is not the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the specifics of that. I don't want to, I don't know. I
would actually raise the questions here.
No.
Nothing's been documented as far as I can see.
Everything's being recorded. Yeah. Yeah. I just can't comment on the specific issues. I just don't know them.
I understand that, but our warriors, is it going to be, look at it, she go through those camps and disappear. Like a lot of the things that previous year.
I understand your concern. Okay.
That's my issue.
Okay.
I've served on a lot of clubs, federations, confederations as committee members. And when it comes to electing committee or board of directors, we normally felt that only a third of the current board of directors, current committee must be replaced with an election. Then you won't have this where things fall by the wayside. There must be continuation, and even today here, I want to advocate that only we must try and not replace more than a third of the current board. That's all I want to say.
Okay. Okay, last. Insurance costs. That's for general insurance for the reserve and then workers' compensation. I think this gets to Sydney's question. This is our revenue budgeted in black, actual in green. There's one more slide here. So everything was pretty much on par, except we budgeted for more revenue based on the AGM last year, where there was a proposal for increased water rates. So we were in line with everything except there was a proposal that we thought would generate, it was from the previous board that was presented at the last AGM to increase the water rates for people that are based on usage. So we fell short because of that. Next is our expenses. So our expenses were close to what we had projected. Again, green is actual. We were cheaper with employee costs, cheaper with rate rental, a little more expensive with our levies, cheaper in our maintenance costs. Municipal charges were more than we budgeted for. The biggest saving is we had budgeted quite a bit for water trucking, and we didn't use that like we thought we would. Okay. Levies. So I know I sent this out as well. You know, we do a review, and I saw some comments saying, I don't care what other reserves are charging for their levies. I do. I kind of want to know that we're in the same ballpark, we're in the same thing. I understand that every reserve is different, more roads, more houses, less houses, game, not game. And the question I think people are concerned about is the massive increase in levies. Over the last 6 years, we've had 3 rate increases that were very similar to last year. Coming out of COVID, we had a fairly big rate increase. I think in 2019, we had a fairly big rate increase. So this rate increase that we had last year was on par with a number of other rate increases. It wasn't out of the norm. But you know, I think we're on par. So I don't think we're, abusing anyone or taking too much. I think we're on par with that. Okay, this is your question. Your first name? Daryl. So this is the Blue Canyon. Here is the 3 farms that make up Moditlo, the Leopard's Bend, Madrid, Schema, the SM farms. So the Blue Canyon and us. So these are our relative percentages for our Riversdale is about 15–16% of the size. Maria's 12% of the size. Hootspring Farm is 5% of the size. So we comprise 34.5% of the reserve. So Moditlo, that's our size. And we're supposed to pay our levies to the Blue Canyon based on the size of the reserve. So this is the left from 2017. This was the total levy applied to all of the Blue Canyon, Leopard's Bend, Madrid, SM Farms, us. And this is what we are supposed to have paid. This is what our payment should have been. This is what we actually paid. I mean, kind of grossly underpaying what our obligation is and has been. I talked to Peter about this yesterday, and the reason why is because we couldn't afford the payment back in the day. We just couldn't afford, and going through COVID. So we have been underpaying by 30, 40, 50% of our obligation to the Blue Canyon. So I know that Peter and Bernard are kind of floating us there a little bit. Go ahead.
I would want to know whether Moditlo gets invoice for that levy. And if it does get invoice, does the short payment then reflect that we do not pay them in full?
I think we get invoiced, and I think the invoice, well, okay, better this way.
Let me just out that that amount was previously, Moditlo does get invoiced, but they get invoiced for the amount that they said they could afford at the time. They were paying nothing for many years, and then they started paying, if I remember correctly, I think about 40,000 rand a month. The balance of that was paid by the Skeepers family, being the owners of the Riversdale farm, and myself paid the balance. I was invoiced for the balance for the Hootspring and Maria farms. So I get invoiced, and Moditlo get invoiced, but only for the 40,000 rand. That amount has graciously been increased over a period. I think at the moment we're paying about 69,000 a month, approximately. But in any case, so yes, they do get invoiced and they do get paid.
So on that, is there a breakdown of what the physical stand owners and the ratio to what the stand size is? In other words, collectively all the stands, the size of all the stands in comparison to the rest of the landowners, since the people who own stands don't own the rest of the land. So then obviously they are responsible for a large part of this levy that has to go to Blue Canyon. Does it get separated, or does it just get calculated on the total size of Moditlo?
If you look at again, subsequent joiner on this, but the settlement agreement that was reached when Moditlo decided at an AGM to join the Conservancy, the agreement was that they would pay their proportion. And remember, the Moditlo development was 3,330 hectares, I think. So that is the part that the homeowners association agreed to when they joined to pay. So that is the total. That's how that sum is done. So it's not just the stands; it's the whole of Moditlo, the 3,300 hectares.
Okay. Just quickly, there's only a couple more slides left.
Is there actually an agreement in place? Because I know it is up and down, and 2 years ago there was still no agreement in place. I think the latest board of directors, but it still say there's no agreement in place with. Okay.
I think I have the agreement here. Yeah, I'm 99.99% sure we have an agreement.
The board of directors minutes, there's a couple of people that were appointed to go and speak to Blue Canyon about the agreement. But there was nothing feedback to the homeowners if there is no agreement in place or not.
Yeah, I have a copy of the agreement.
Yeah, but maybe transparency, distribute it to the owners, make it available.
That's fine. I didn't know that. Yes, there's an agreement in place. Well, put it on the webpage. We'll get it out somewhere.
So sorry, you said you would give it to the members? Couldn't hear you.
We'll put it up on the website, or we'll email it out, or just something similar. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to touch on some of the capital projects that I think the board is really proud of this year. So our water system upstairs monitoring is a new system in place. So this is a screenshot of my cell phone, which is over there. But at every time I can see how this is dark on dark, so I had to put it up. Every time I can see how our system is performing. And when I did the screenshot, our reservoir was 85.4% full. It's nice to know, but you know, when we're struggling, every time I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm like, how's the water, how's the water, how's the water? So sometimes it's not nice to know, and it does keep me up at night. The way the system works is there are radio antennas at certain locations that send data back to the main office. It's collected here and then put into the software so that we can have real-time feedback anytime we want on how the water system is in place. And I was back in the States for a month in October. I was still checking the water because just you can check it from anywhere. One of the keys to the system, I know Ernst had put a metering system in place back way before me, and I think all of you know how hard our water is. Those meters were not functioning because they get so clogged up with particulates. We're actually using a really neat system to use magnets, so there's no moving parts, and the magnets actually are able to tell us how much flow is going on, how much water we have. It's pretty slick. I really like it a lot. So I'm really proud of this. It's kind of one of the capital projects, and it has been really critical to understanding when we have leaks or whatnot. You see a big drop. Good science, good science, good stuff. This is the stuff I like. I'm really happy with the way Lenties Dam turned out. If you don't know, this is the backside of Lenties Dam where the river is. This is coming around Kudu, and over here would be Nyala. And this area was eroding away. This area was going to break, and all the water from the dam was going to come out. Again, we thought about a quick fix in March, but we put the brakes on that. Talked a lot about amongst ourselves about doing it right, doing it slow, and the result is super nice. A super good looking capital project, which it's awesome driving by that now.
Just need some feedback that the Zoom people aren't understanding you. If you could just maybe speak a little bit
Okay.
more clearly, please.
I'm wearing it.
Fine. So I apologize.
Okay, I'll find it. Another capital project we completed was down south of Vianney near Sycamore Fig, Jackalberry area. You knew that these bollards were kind of falling in before, and these were replaced. Looks fantastic. It's gonna last forever. And I know I want to touch on something that I think people could be upset about. Fine with that. So, you know, people ask questions sometimes, does the HOA use resources to support the lodges? Yeah, we do. I do. I want good relationships with our neighbors. If they need our tractor to pull something heavy, we're gonna go help them. If they need help with a pipe being fixed, we're gonna go help them. In return, so when we got the bid for these projects, we could only afford one project. We couldn't afford both. The biggest cost in these projects was staffing the workers on these projects, housing them. The big cost was putting those people in beds and food and stuff. So when we saw that, we called Ioani, we called Moditlo River Lodge. Rian called Shemba, Little Africa, and said, hey, we want to do these two projects. We can't afford them. Can you house the staff for these projects? And the answer was, yeah, what dates? Everything is included except alcohol, beds, food. Because of their help, we were able to do both of these projects. I want good relationships with the lodges. I want them with the landowners. I want to scratch their back. I want them to scratch my back. And that's what I believe in. And if you think that's not right, don't vote for me. I'm going to continue down that path. I want positive relationships. So yeah, if they ask for help, I'm going to send Rihanna to help them or something. Just being honest. Okay. Last kind of two smaller projects. We did a solar pump here. I mean, also Rihanna put a new pump in at our pump station. I think those two are kind of half a capital project each. But it showed us one thing: we can pump water with solar. And if I don't know, Kapam is a little slower in getting to us than we hope, and load shedding comes back in a fury. I think we have I think we have ways to pump water still with solar, and that was generously donated, a solar panel from someone. So we appreciate that. But those are great capital projects. Any questions about the capital projects? Yeah.
Including them capital projects. So we all know that a lot of the capital items on the HOA don't belong to us. They belong to the landowners. So I'd just like clarity on these projects. If they've gone through our books as capital expenditure, are they going to be reflected in our asset register? Because there's a depreciation affiliated with any capex item. So I just wanted to know whether these projects, could you referring to them as capex projects? So I just wanted to know if that's the case.
Okay, I don't know the answer to that. I say capital projects because it's something that's done and completed. I don't know how it trickles through the accounting. I don't. Yeah, we'll find it. Yeah, I just don't know standing there. Okay, maybe the most contentious two slides of the afternoon is 2 tracks. I know it's a contentious issue. So we'll tackle it head on here. There's a map of the estate, and I can tell you a little bit about my story. You know, when I got on board in March and became aware that the 2 tracks were not, that we were not to drive on that anymore, I was shocked. When I bought in 2016, you know, I was told I could drive on them. I worked with Ernst to do a map of them. You know, I could go to Ernst a map of stuff I had driven on GPS. He said, oh, you missed the road here, missed the road there. So I go complete the map. And I was mad. I was mad. And I wanted to fight. I want to go to war. I was really mad. And as soon as I started reading the documents, I was just new on board. I was surprised at what I found. I was surprised what the settlement agreement said. I was surprised what the MOI said. And I was like a lot of you at the beginning, really upset. I was. But as I worked through things, I kind of understood my obligation to follow those rules and kind of get to where we were or where we are. Yeah, so the rules have been codified both in the MEHOA rules and settlement agreement. I'm doing one more button to push so we can talk about this. And there is this perception that there was negotiation. And to me, a negotiation is if Paul has pepperoni pizza, and I have a 6-pack of beer, and I'm like, hey, give me a couple slices, I'll give you a couple beers, and negotiate that transaction. There was no negotiation. It was a rule that was in place that I went to Peter and talked about. And I went there in good faith for all of you. And I was thinking about it for me personally. When I first moved here, I moved here because you could walk on the estate. I wanted to walk so badly. Those of you who don't know me, Michelle and I took our 1-year eco training class to become certified guides, trails guides, and I could not wait to come back and walk. While that year happened in eco training, walking was taken away. I was gutted. I was gutted. So my approach for discussions with the landowners was, how do I make it not go away completely? So I know once you shut a light off, sometimes it's impossible to turn back on. So I was desperate. I didn't have any pizza, I didn't have any beer. Like, I didn't have any negotiation. I was just discussing with them. And in that discussion, I looked at Leadwood's Cester system, other reserve Cester system. I looked at other traverse rights things. It was a new thing for me. It's not my world I come from. And I did the best I could. And would I have done better? Maybe, probably, I don't know. But I worked hard, I worked in good faith. I tried to do it slow and deliberately, like my normal approach is. I knew people were going to be angry like I was. And I made myself available, when that notice came out about the 2 tracks, it came on the first day that I had my 7-day open house. Because I wanted to be available for people instantly when that came out. I tried to stand up and stand tall, be there to answer questions, take the heat. A couple people came in pretty mad, but I expected that. And I want to be there for people when they're upset and mad. So, yeah, with that, I'm sure there's a lot of hands going to go up. Kind of where we are. It's trial basis for 6 months. After that 6 months, access could stay the same, could contract, could expand. I don't know. That'll be in the discussion in 6 months. Okay, shoot, go ahead. There we go.
We discussed this when we even saw you and understood what you had to say.
I can hear you.
Okay. My question is, if we believe in transparency, fiduciary duties, all this stuff, why didn't any of the members know that there was even an issue or ask for input or anything for 8 months?
An outstanding question. So I reached out to people specifically. I talked to Kimber a couple times on phone calls from Australia. I talked to Warren Carey about it for a while. I talked to Andrew Colbert for a while about this issue. I talked to 3 or 4 other people about it just to get understanding of what their perception of the situation was. I didn't do this in a vacuum. I solicited input. It's similar with Kapama right now, right? I was a little cagey about talking about Kapama because those negotiations are very sensitive. I felt the same way about this. I understand that I could have been transparent from the jump. I didn't think that would be helpful. I could be totally wrong. I accept that. It was just chose the way that I thought would be best for everyone. I don't know if it was or wasn't. Obviously, people don't think I was. I accept that. If you think I was wrong, like I'm wrong. But I worked in good faith. I wasn't, where's Kim Bird at? We had some tough conversations about that. We did. I don't think Warren's here. Andrew, we talked about that on an airport trip, like tough conversations. So I wasn't trying to be dodgy. It wasn't my goal. I understand why people are mad. I get it. I stand up here and take it. Sit up here and take it. But there was no malice behind it.
What prompted a decision? What prompted a decision to enforce something that hadn't been enforced for some time?
It's a good question. So when I look at it in the longer term, it would have been best to have enforced that in 2011. That would have been the best case. 2011, enforce it, have a traverse package system. But I think when there was three houses, 5 houses, it didn't matter. When I was discussing this with the landowners, I asked a lot of questions, and I kind of boiled it down into 3 things that I sent out in a letter to everyone. There was inequity involved, like, Yanni's paying to drive on our estate, Little Africa's paying, Leopard Bend is paying, people are paying to drive on the estate, and we're not. So there was an inequity issue. There was an issue of a conservation of the roads. Roads they're not made for lots of traffic. And there's also an issue of preservation of the guest experience. I understand all those issues. The lodges paying a lot of money to drive on those roads and don't want to have blue Audi next to them. I've seen some cars out there that, I don't know how they make it. So I tried to distill down the 3 core issues that were expressed to me by the landowners, and then it worked from there. And we had all kinds of ideas, like maybe it requires a FAGASA license. You have to have a FAGASA license to drive. Maybe you have to have a radio system to drive. We talked about everything. And we kind of boiled it down to where we ended up at in early November.
But none of those 3 issues have changed for a significant amount of time. And with respect, the question hasn't been answered. What prompted the decision?
So I'm gonna have to defer to the landowners for that, because it wasn't me decision. I was responding to the situation placed in front of me.
Yeah, I think we all know that.
You guys wanna, okay.
The issue on driving on those 2 tracks have been an issue forever. They weren't 2-track roads. Look, originally this was a farm, and it was a hunting farm of the Röder family. I'm talking Maria and Hoedspruit. And there were a lot of little roads that they used when hunting in winter time. So there were a lot of small roads. During the time that Ernest was the estate manager, or his service manager, I'm not sure the title, but he approached us and asked, can we make 1 or 2, cut them open with a slasher so that people can just drive in there to have a look. And we said it's fine. But as Mark pointed out, there were 15 residents. It has grown to a substantial number now. A year ago at this AGM, and I'm so sorry that all of you weren't here then, but a year ago we explained that there is no way that we can allow 460 cars to hit this road. If they find out there's a lion kill on one of these little tracks, and everybody storms that from all directions, it causes chaos. We cannot do it, and I explained that last year in depth. And I'm sure everybody will understand, but what you should also understand is what's happening at the moment is there's a kill in the bush, and then somebody make a little road and they go and look at it.
The next car come and see, but there is 2 tracks here and they drive. In a day's time, there is a new little road, and that's what's been happening. There's been a lot of bush killing the bush to make all these little roads. And the rule has been since inception. Again, not my rule. It was the MOI, it was the agreement from day one that the manufactured roads, I don't know what you call them, the demarcated roads, what we call them. Yeah, designated roads, thanks Paul. Those roads are for residents' use. So what's happened is the lodges are now not able to get to a queue, or they get followed by a bunch of residents. So they complained and said they were going to stop paying because they are paying substantial amounts of money to drive. And you guys must understand this investment of myself in this place, it's a substantial investment. So there is not a way that because I'm nice, I can let 400 people drive and lose the income that I'm getting. And I need you all to understand, since inception, I have not made money on Moditlo. The money that I get from the lodges is less than the levies that I've been paying for years. I bought those stands, and that was a very good deal, which at the time I couldn't afford. But I bought them, and I've sold. I had 118 stands at a point, if I remember. I currently have, I think, 57. So I've made money from selling those stands. But we cannot allow 400 people to drive those roads. And it's been in the rules since inception. So yes, the mistake that was made was to be nice when there were 15 people. At last year's AGM, we said we can't continue this. And when the threat from the lodges came and said they are not prepared to pay for the privilege that they're supposed to have, they don't have the privilege anymore. Anybody can just drive. And that's when I said, this can't continue. And in my opinion, I wanted to stop it in total because I think it's the right thing. And as Mark said, we are doing this as an experiment. But after 6 months, we have to reconsider this. Because if it's not working, we will have to say, right, there's no traversing, which I don't want to do. But this is, we need to solve the problem, and we are trying hard. You know, Mark flew to Joburg to come and see me at his expense. It's actually, he tried very hard, and I promise you, I gave more than I intended to give. Not through negotiations, just through him putting nice pressure on me without having beer to offer. So that is the story. So it's not me wanting to make money. I want to protect this experience. It's been the intention of Moditlo. Sorry, the chairman will give you a chance now. It's been the intention on Moditlo, and I think it's in the rules and the regulations somewhere. I can't remember where. But the intention is, if anybody wants to go on a game drive in the wilderness area, go with one of the lodges. You are welcome, and you will get the best experience that you can have. I personally come here. When I come here with my family, which happens once or twice a year, I go to either Vuyani or Moditlo River Lodge. I book a drive, and I go on a drive, and I see more on 2 drives than I see driving around here for weeks. So people, this is the real effort. You know, if the lions are on Madrid, if the elephants are on Madrid, this is the way to do it. You have the option to do it. So please do that. And let's not argue this, because living here, having a lion on your stoop every now and then, that's wonderful. But we shouldn't ruin it for everybody. Let's please not ruin it, Mr. Chairman.
I think what some people are questioning, not from you, Peter. Bernard was on social, there somewhere, the other day and said 90% of the time that all the lodges are on the canyon, or they're not on Moditlo. So we don't really understand, and when we used to go on 2 tracks all the time, we never saw another vehicle, like none. If we saw the launch vehicles, they were almost always on the main roads going to the canyon. So that's the part no one has seen the problem that arose. No one saw any crowding, no one saw any problems with the roads, because only a few members that are here actually use them, not that many. So if the lodges 90% of the time, according to Bernard, are not a Moditlo, we don't understand what the big deal was.
Okay, so I don't know the percent split of where cars are driving. But I have definitely been at sightings myself with an abundance of personal vehicles and game viewers from the lodge. I've definitely been in those situations. Well, Blue Canyon side of it, the wildlife side, it doesn't happen because there's no private vehicles there.
All the lodge vehicles that go there.
Yeah, I think the lodges have a good system. They have a radio system. They call in, they block out, 2 vehicles at a time, 3 vehicles at a time. I hear them on the radios quite a bit doing that. So they tend to be able to manage themselves quite well. I've been on drives with them before as well. So as far as a 90% split, I don't know the data there.
Chair, Mr. Yannicka, thank you for that explanation. It's really helpful. I think it's pretty clear. Rights are rights, obligations are obligations. I don't think anybody disputes that. And we all seek to rely on rights that are afforded to us. And to the extent that rights are afforded to other people, we should respect those as well. At the moment, there's a 6-month trial period for the 2-track traverse. And Mr. Yannicka, your point is well made. I think it's common cause that everybody wants to preserve the beauty and integrity of the reserve in which we reside. My question to you is, if the trial period goes well, is there a possibility that the extent of the traverse may be extended to other areas within the reserve?
Thank you, and thank you for your answer. Your statements. There is a system in Belford, Glenwood, Lowbank area where there are traverses and there's a limited number. So the people go out in the morning, they go on a drive, and the first 10 people, they're there. So if Lorna's finished and she goes back, then somebody else can enter. So it's a system of managing it. And I think this is what the intention is to say, let's see how we can do this good. And I want more people to have access. In fact, I would expect you guys to go with Mark when he goes on the drive. This is what we do as residents. He can't ask you money, but you can go with him if he has the right to do. And I think this is the type of things that you should be looking at. Or we can refine it to say, but at the moment, it is nearly impossible. Even the large vehicles, if each vehicle is supposed to have a tracking system on it. So if somebody goes onto a solar site, we can see who did it. But if we do that, we need to monitor it. So imagine if we now have another 20 vehicles, we will have to appoint somebody to monitor this, and are everybody sticking to the rules? So I think, as Mark said, I think this is a live system, and I think we can try to improve it. I don't think the driving will be extended into the Conservancy. There are some of the members on the Conservancy that do not want any other people on their farms. And this is why I said, I believe the way to get your experience better is to please go with one of the lodges. Please go for a drive. I'm not 100% sure, guys, what you asked, but it's really reasonable. It's much cheaper than buying a game viewer and maintaining it. So once or twice a month, pay 1,000 rand and go for a drive. I promise you, it's cheaper than even the insurance. So no, I don't think you will have extended, but we, on the Conservancy, in an effort to achieve exactly what we've done here, we have agreed as the landowners that there is 34 vehicles that can traverse the Conservancy. That's based on figures from people more intelligent than us,
This is how many vehicles you can have without disturbing the game, and so that number is 34. So the allocation of those vehicles are based on, if I have 3,000 hectares, I get so many vehicles. If you have 1,000 hectares, you get so many vehicles. So our biggest intention is to not increase that number, because it will make the experience worse for everybody. So I don't think you will be able to traverse on the rest. Just as far as Moditlo is concerned, as we've said before, you could have a lot more vehicles, and the only reason why I'm not building 128 rooms on that lodge is I don't want to ruin the experience. I think that will be too much, but that is what we can do. So I don't think we want more vehicles. And the number, when Mark and I had these discussions, I said 10. And Mark was twisting all my arms in all directions to get to 20. But I think it's not working too bad. But no, I don't think you'll be able to traverse the whole conservancy, but please use the lodge vehicles, please.
Yes, sorry. I have tongue in cheek. Tongue in cheek, is there any possibility of a pensioner's discount?
Is that on the lodge vehicles? We can. I don't think you have to do show your income less than 5,000 a month. We'll give you discount. I'm joking.
No, but on your traversing fee, I'm just asking the question, is there any leeway in that figure that you're charging?
Mark should answer this. When I made the proposal, I said in vehicles and they pay 20,000 rand a piece. So that was my proposal. Thanks to him, it's the figure that it is. But I can't say yes or no. And I actually thought maybe there's only going to be 10 people. Then that's the answer. Then it's too expensive. At the moment, I don't think it's too expensive. But
what do you think your maximum allowances, where you're going to say there's no more vehicles? So at the moment, I think you said that, but there's 10 vehicles.
20 is the number.
20 is the number. What is your ceiling?
So I think it's based on usage. So right now, so people that have signed up, and I think it's at 19 now. They are to fill out a Google Sheets form, like daily usage, and we're tracking it as well. I also put up, just in transparency, I put up 3 trail cameras on certain roads, some of the popular roads. That was December 1st. They've all been eaten or taken, so I lost 3 trail cameras. So you're not gonna get that information. I'll put some out again in January, but those things aren't cheap. So, but they're mine. So I think based on usage and just seeing that, like I like data. I want data, just seeing the data.
And at the moment, what is the price per vehicle per month?
2,500. Yeah.
Mark, the correspondence and the instructions that we got have extremely high fines associated with it. Okay. Now, if we look at that map, there's a myriad of little routes there, like Lily Leaf Pan, you can go. If you go around to Lily, there's one branch that goes off. Okay. If I by accident go down there and I get fined, I would then expect a sign to be put up. Like the Kruger Park. I'm not professing we want signs, but this is what's coming to.
Yeah,
so if I go down Python Dam area, same thing.
We're aware. So I think the plan is I've been to some of the concessions near Kruger, outside of Kruger, and they have like white rocks or colored rocks at entry points. Just that's on our list of things to do. So I understand your concern. I have the same concern.
I think for me, when I look at this, the rules changed all of a sudden. What's next? That's my concern, to be honest. I'm not talking about the wilderness. We sometimes join the lodges as well for the game drives. And it's a nice experience. But we all choose to live on a big forest state. We love to have the wildlife surrounded by us. I mean, now it's a couple, well, not a couple of roads, it's quite a lot of roads that have been blocked. There's a lot of people that now, you just mentioned 19, that already are willing to pay 2,500 rand a month.
True.
In my opinion, that's a lot of money. Especially for my husband and myself, we don't live on Moditlo permanently. So we travel back and forth between Europe and here. But what's next? I mean, last week we had a lion sighting on our road. We live on Neushoornveld. It was full with vehicles. We couldn't even get home. I mean, what's next? I mean, will we block more roads? And will it only be the road that we can take back home? What's next? That's my, yeah.
So I
for
do
me,
want-
that's scary.
That's fair. So I know people. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's next. If I knew what was next, I'd be investing in the stock market. But I'll say the rule, it wasn't, the rule hadn't changed. The enforcement of the rule is what's changed. What's your second part of your question? What's next? I don't know. I don't know.
It's just, look, with the rules when we bought, which was in 2021, we thought we could just use all the roads.
The same.
And it's the same for a lot of us.
I agree.
And now all of a sudden, that changed. So the question that I'm asking, there could be a new set of rules, and we all just have to comply. And of course, the lodges are paying a lot of money, but we are also living on the Moditlo farm. Most of the times, of course, they are driving in the wilderness where we can't go, which I totally understand. But we are also paying our levies, and we chose to be on a big four.
So one of the things that, so I don't know what's next. I'm not going to pretend that I know what's next. But I know people have expressed to me, kind of like you expressed to me, that you don't come very often. You live in Europe, you come for a little bit of time a year. Other people mentioned that to me. Can we do like a week-long pass or a weekend pass? That's one of the things that the answer is I don't know. But when the 6 months comes up and if I'm still on the board, maybe I will, maybe I won't. That'll be one of the things I would talk to Peter about, is trying to have some sort of different pass system. Go ahead.
Mark, yes, I think we are all here to protect our property or our investment. So that's the most important thing. So the big thing for what she's asking about what's next, I want to ask Peter and Bernard as well. Because it's if they can make decisions whenever they like because they own the land. So Bernard made a threat on social about, now I'm going to take the animals away. So that's something that really irritates me, because so I would like to know if Bernard thinks he is losing out. So and he says, I'm going to put a fence up now and I can take my animals back to my farm and you're going to have now just bunnies and flipping bakers. I need to know from them what, I don't know what stands in the MLP or all the laws and stuff, but if he's decides tomorrow, that's it, then is that it, or do we have rights in our?
So when you read the Blue Canyon documents,
well,
I have them.
Yeah.
They have the right to do that. I don't think it's their intent to do that, and I'm speaking out of turn. Yeah, but that's something that can be done. I don't think that's the goal to be done.
No.
So, yeah, I know.
Done.
Yeah.
So I need from them, that's land owners, because surely there's a reason why Peter and Bernard own land there, because they've got a mutual interest in Moditlo. Peter, I bet they love the place. So it's just a little bit concerning for me, because I'm investing there and I want to stay there for the rest of my life. And we're investing a lot of money into this as well, and I can yourself there. But things can change very quickly. So I need some comfort to say Johnny is okay.
Johnny is okay.
Guys, I think we need to understand, as Mark said, I haven't changed the rule. The rule's been there forever. I'm now insisting that we adhere to the rule. We have 20 other rules which are not being adhered to. We are trying to enforce those rules as well. I mean, there are people constantly breaking rules, which is wrong. I mean, the speeding is one of them.
which is wrong. So we're trying to enforce these rules, and what we're saying here is enforcing a rule. The 2 tracks, the rule will be simple. You can't drive there. So I'm trying to be reasonable to you guys, but just as far as the putting up a fence, you must understand, please, that my investment is a bit bigger than yours. And if I put up a fence, I will hurt your investment, but I will get hurt 57 times more. So there is absolutely no intention of doing that. The Conservancy, when the guys joined, and please remember, I wasn't the owner at the time. That agreement was signed by Zamori. When they joined the Conservancy, the rules of the Conservancy says, if somebody wants to be let out of the Conservancy, they can ask to be let out. If 90% of the balance of the people agree, they can be fenced out. If you don't adhere to rules, the Conservancy can vote you out of the Conservancy. Then if 90% of the people excluding you decide you must be out, then you're out. So then it gets a lot worse. Then you have to put up the fence, and you have to pay for the fence, and you have to pay for the relocation of the animals. But it is in nobody's interest, and least of all mine. Nor is it in Bernard's. Remember, the Riani Lodge is inside this area, so there is no need for us. I think Bernard should refrain from speaking on social media. But that's not because he doesn't have a right as a landowner. That's simply because he speaks, he loses the temper. But I don't know, you guys probably, I hope you've noticed, but the rest, Bernard's not on the board. We've actually decided that the board members shouldn't react on social media, because it only becomes a public argument, and you can't win a public argument with 400 people. It's senseless to do that. So please, if there's a problem, come and see the Homeowners Association. Come and see me as the landowner. You are welcome. I have no problem. But the chair will give you a chance now. But I think it's important. It will be to my detriment if we put up a fence. I don't want to put up a fence. Nobody wants to put up a fence. Not Bernard. It will hurt him as much.
That's what Mark wants for time.
I've asked Peter 3 things. I really asked him 3 things. Can we discuss the 2 tracks? Can I come to the Blue Canyon Conservancy trustees meetings? I'm going to start like those. And the third one was, if I go out and find a grant and funding source to build a whole new fence around us for the buffalo, would you be okay with that? And all 3 of them said yes. So I've been so busy with water and the AGM. I want to find time to try to grant and find some money to build a fence around the whole reserve that doesn't cost anybody anything. I just don't have the time. So I want buffalo too. Like buffalo are pretty cool. Okay.
You have to wait, Mike. Mark, I'm going to ask this question to you, but you can ask it to Peter because you know how to handle him. I think one of the biggest reasons for Moditlo is water and safety. Now, if we look at that map, my biggest concern on safety is this left corner here at the bottom, next to Scotia. Also, right there, the right-hand side on the spur lane in spot. So, will it be that difficult to open that for us? Because there's not much game viewers driving that roads, and we as residents are visible, even at night time, to just open it. Because safety for me is everything.
Yeah.
I'm a farmer and I don't like that corner in the left bottom. The other thing is, what was your name? So that's a big thing. And maybe also to extend that is this game viewing times, zones. The trespassers won't come in game viewing time. They're going to come in at 9 o'clock, 10, 12, 11, 1. That's even times that I like to drive. But now, there's no lights on that road. K9 is one vehicle. I think it will be a good suggestion to open those roads just on certain times, even if they don't want to open it all on certain times, that people can move on that. I know it's difficult to control and to monitor and those things, but I think we've got to think of the safety as well.
So what he's saying in short is more traffic on those fence lines helps us be more secure. I get that. That's something we had talked about. And something I can talk to Peter about in 6 months or in 3 months now. But I understand the question. I understand the why. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Curtius Robert from 154. I substantiate what you sorry, what's your name? Anton, what Anton's saying. And I actually brought it up with Rian because in November, there was a whole bunch of vultures coming down, about 100 of them. And usually with that many vultures, it's something quite big. So I went to Rian and I said, listen, there's a lot of vultures. Maybe this is something big, like a rhino or a giraffe. Now we can't drive those roads. And when I used to do game drives, because that's around my house, we're right on that fence line, I would report any fence damage, any tracks, anything like that. And I brought the same point up to Rian that we drive at irregular times. We don't drive at game drive times, which means that there's more awareness on those fences. And I actually never got any feedback on that point because I think it's very important to have people on that fence line, some traffic, because we live there. And the one night in November, I came home at 10 o'clock. The K9 were in the road and I said, why are you here? They said, no, we've been seeing people walk up and down the fence during dawn and they've been seeing tracks on the fence. So I said, why have we not been told about this? This is a security risk. No, no, don't worry. And it was quite concerning that I actually brought it up to Rian and I never got. He told me he couldn't give me an answer. He would have to speak to the person who addresses this, which is the K9, and he'd get back to me.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm in agreement with you that fence line traffic can help us be more secure. I agree.
To join this gentleman, I think there's another way to twist this arm. Maybe we can get a couple of beers or a few slices of pizza out of it without infighting. Seriously, there is times that there's nobody driving on this in this area. I can recall quite a lot of times that you can drive around and you can see only one car or nothing. What about things like on holidays and on weekends, no traversing on some tweespoorpaadjies or then there's nearly nobody there, and then you can keep them off the roads totally when it's wet. Like Python Dam, you mustn't go there when it's wet.
I mean, I can tell you every idea about that, like, you know, if you have an odd stand, you can drive on an odd day, you can stand drive on an even day. If you're, you know, Moditlo or Maria farm, you can drive it. Every one of those iterations was thought about and talked about. There was never, I mean, I don't think there's an idea that like I didn't scratch down on paper. I had like 50 different ways to try to limit traffic. So I understand. And those were all kind of looked at in the package. I had a list of very calm restrictions, medium restrictions, and very difficult restrictions, like Fagaza license. And, you know, that was one of them, kind of days on, days off kind of thing, or weekends on, or busy times on and off. I had those in my deck of cards.
Hi, Mark. I just want to explain to everyone, during the lunchtime break, I went up and explained to Mark that I'm getting messages from people who are participating in the Zoom meeting. So I said to Mark, as a courtesy, towards the end before we vote, could I have some time to ask the questions that are being sent through to me from overseas? Okay. I'm going to ask one question now. Okay. And this has come through from me, from a member now. It was an email that you sent Mark. Oh, sorry, I apologise. on the 13th of November. The question by the member was, can you confirm that the requirement to have a game viewer is a new requirement? And if so, what purpose does such a rule serve? And your answer to that question was, yes, it is a requirement. It serves as a way to reduce access to the two-track network and as well as a way to preserve the experiences for lodge guests.
Yeah, I definitely wrote that. Yeah. Oh, is there a question about that?
Residents who were driving, you're saying then that residents that were driving in their game viewers weren't respectful to the lodge guests?
I think you asked that question backwards. So I think it's look, having a game viewer was one of the ways to manage the access and one of the like levers we pulled. I think there are 80 game viewers registered, something in there. No. Total registered. It's a lot. I mean, people think it's used, a lot of game viewers out there. So it's just one of the tools, we use to manage traffic. And it was one of the options. Okay, so it's already 3, we have it till 4. Maybe we can push it.
Quickly.
Yeah. Quickly. I'm not sure I believe you, but go ahead.
I think the issue is not that transparency, because the documents talk about designated roads, demarcated roads, no signs, whatever. There are no maps to the documents. Now this map is a completely new map. I'm lucky because the Hook Road now came straight. So I mean, there's enough fluidness in it. My main question is, I bought my first stand in 2008. And then slowly 17.5 years later, I've been told I cannot drive on those roads anymore. Is that legal in South Africa? I doubt.
Yeah. So I don't know. So I have, I think the next slide, the next couple of slides are fast, but I'd like to try to get to the voting by 3:30. So we got a half hour to push on through. Is it?
Additional items. But one item, the vacancy, for example, the estate management. Did you have to discuss that?
Yeah, I have. So let me go to the next couple of slides here.
So Mark, I think what just people are saying is we want time to ask questions. Please don't cut off the discussions. I know you have more to do, but there are also people waiting to ask questions. So please provide time for those.
So that's the next slide. I'm proud of the work the board did this year with the capital other projects. And I do have questions, the open questions, but can we kind of try to do that in a half an hour? 10 minutes? She said 10 minutes. So I'm going to hold her to that. Okay, open questions.
Okay. And I'm fielding questions from Foxy people, from whatever. And I think this is online. Can you please ask the current board of directors to declare their conflicts of interest to the members?
So part of the board of directors, when we sign on, we sign a document in as such. That's part of our entry process into the board of directors. We sign that every time. Every time we have a board meeting, we also have to reaffirm that by signing away, and that's filed away. So
where are these available? I've never seen them in all the history.
Where do they end up at? Okay, yeah. Okay.
It's one of those documents that are kept at the company's office. You can request those documents. There's a form you fill out, you request it, you say, I want to have access to this particular register of the directors. The company will then answer you within 14 days.
Thank you. One more, sorry, in the history again. Why wasn't the 2011 agreement brought to the AGM.
Why do why do you not have a handout in your hand? I don't know what the question is.
The 2011 agreement.
Settlement agreement, yes.
Yes, settlement agreement. It was discussed for a couple of years on the board of directors that I found out in the history, but it was never or voted for anything to do with the members.
So in the settlement agreement, that settlement agreement was pushed by the MEHOA. They are the ones that drove it as far as I can understand.
It was never brought up at AGM. The members had no idea about it. The only people discussed it were the board of directors.
Back in 2011?
Sorry?
Back in 2011?
Yes,
Okay.
between 2009 and 2013.
I don't know how they built it.
No, you don't know because you weren't here, but other people in the room do.
Okay. Yeah, Peter wasn't here either for that.
But we can find out and come back. None of us were on the board then, but we can maybe find out, we can come back to you. We have.
Just confirm, the settlement agreement was, there was an outstanding debtor, Zamori, the developer, and there was, the developer sued the homeowners association for unpaid contracts for maintenance of electricity and water. So there were counterclaims, and at the time they negotiated the settlement, and that is the settlement agreement. Now, unfortunately, I can't tell you who all was involved, but I mean, it was done by the existing board at the time in the interest of Moditlo. And let me tell you guys honestly, I think if that agreement wasn't reached, this development would have gone bust. Because without levies, they couldn't maintain the infrastructure, the roads, anything. They couldn't pay people. And at the time, I think the estate was insolvent. I'm sure if you go and look at those financials, they were insolvent. And it's only after they reached this agreement, the stands were sold, and people started paying levies, that Moditlo is all of a sudden have money in the bank. So that was done in the interest of Moditlo. It was for no other reason. And unfortunately, I can't tell you if it was approved at AGM. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Sorry. I'm trying to sift through all the history and so much.
What I'm trying to understand is, are you trying to
Transparency is to the history of Moditlo, that's it.
It's not like you.
No, there's no ulterior motive, but it's okay. There is information and people will read through everybody. For example, this is what.
So what you find is like.
Finish up here.
You find a lot of people are not true.
No, not at all. I'm saying, where are these documents?
Okay, so
You just let me know that it is in the office, I can ask for it.
I think her questions are genuine. I think they're straightforward.
I'm trying to understand business going, and of course, everybody is fighting about, I don't know what. I'm following with social groups, everything, but everybody's fighting about what.
I don't think there's fighting. I think people are trying to realize what's going on. And so many people didn't know so many things.
Okay, let's
No, that's not what I mean.
Okay, hold on. Hey.
It's not what I-
We haven't done this today. We're not gonna do it now. It's fine. She's entitled to ask the question.
The reason this came up is in 12th November 2010 Board of Directors meeting, and yes, most of you were there, but this is the history. They discussed the settlement agreement, and then the board decided on 2 or 3 things. And then it says there it's going to be prepared by the attorneys. And then that the board will draft a proposal on what the rules should say for submission to all members, and this to be dealt with via an SGM. As to answer your question, the notes don't show that ever happened.
Okay, yeah, I okay.
Trying to clarify.
Fine.
Can I change the subject? The rates. We brought it up last year,
What?
the rates, the
Rates.
taxes, we brought it up last year, Annalie was attending to it because we're doing part of everything.
For, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
the rezoning.
Yes. Do you want to talk on that? Or do you want to talk on that? Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess you need to be more specific with the question.
I think we should be paying different rates, a much cheaper rate. And this has been going on. Annalie did speak to the municipality about it. It has been put to them, but nothing more has happened. We are on the wrong.
What tariff are you currently on?
I don't know, maybe.
So you're on residential and you want to be on agricultural tariff.
Well, there was a document going on, if you have an objection to your rights,
Yeah.
do something. So we went to Annalie, and then Annalie did what she put all the details. So the question is, can we go from residential back to agricultural?
That depends on how the property's been zoned, really. I mean, that's really a legal question more than anything else.
No, absolutely.
On the use of property and what.
Annalie went there, and so did some of the members. Objection.
And what happened to the outcome of the objection?
Well, we don't know.
Okay, well, so.
We're asking the question.
Yeah, the difficulty with Mariling and all the objections, and I mean, this is a big issue. At this stage, I'm dealing with so many issues with Mariling on rates and taxes. I'm debating in my own mind if there should be a challenge to the entire valuation role to have that set aside. That's how bad it is, legitimate. So, you know, the municipal process is that you file an objection and the municipal valuers consider that objection, and then they come back to you with an outcome on your objection. They say, this is the position. Then you have a right to appeal to the Valuation Appeals Board. The Valuation Appeals Board then comes to Mariling every so often. I'm surprised you haven't received a response on that, because when I was with them the other day, they said the Valuation Appeals Board had already come. So that would suggest that the outcomes should have been published to you quite a while ago.
No, apparently, Annalie went on a group objection. So she actually accumulated all the properties for all the owners, and she submitted that. So that has been submitted. I don't know whether there's any documentation in the office that you might be able to pick up and follow up on. I don't know.
That's definitely something worth looking at, but even though she submitted it as a group, it's still an individual objection from you as the property owner. So even if she submitted it, you should still receive the outcome from Mariling as to what the status is on the property.
Chris, that is fine for your property value and the rate that they are charging you for. But in terms of the Municipality Rights Act, they say that the municipality can make a ruling on special rights. And you can apply for that ruling, for instance, if a municipality does not render services to you. So there was a whole a proposal draft to say the municipality does not render any services to us, yet we pay the same rate than anybody else in town. So it was not the valuation of the property. It was a separate thing that was sent in according to the Municipality Rights Act. And all they ask is there any feedback on that?
Okay, that's a very different process. You're going to have to get a letter of demand from an attorney, most likely, to proceed on that basis. You know, the argument the municipality is going to give you in relation to that argument is quite simple. They'll say, well, we charge separately for services. So if you get water from the municipality, you pay for water from the municipality. If you get electricity, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not supporting the municipality, but when I ran I can tell you, in Johannesburg, at the firm I worked for, I set up a legal department that now has 15 professionals in it that do nothing but sue the city of Johannesburg. Okay, so understanding municipal issues, I've done it for years, and I can tell you where this is going, what the outcome will be.
The argument was, and Peter can help here, that with the establishment of the estate, the DFA, the City Council Mariling agreed to supply water to Moditlo. And after today, they did not live up to that agreement. So what we would say to the municipality, there was an agreement, you are supposed to do it, you have never done it. Now that cost is not us. So please give that discount to Moditlo. And therefore, there was a request for a special rates area.
Good argument. I'll be honest, it's a good argument. I think there's lots of arguments for all the estates that they can lodge for good reasons why they should be paying rates. Can I just deviate for 2 seconds, please? You asked a question earlier and you said that the board weren't responding to a question and that they needed a question. And while I'm here, I'm going to answer the question, but if I can answer the question. It was on that architectural committee. You said the board's in breach of the MOI because you've got this architectural committee that has architects on it, and that's a breach of the MOI. It's not a breach of the MOI. So it's just very careful making allegations saying you're in breach. It makes the board of directors look really bad. So I'm going to read the provision of your MOI that makes it very clear. The authority of the company's board of directors to appoint committees of directors and to delegate to any such committee any of the authority of the board of directors as set out in section 72(1) of the Act, or to include in any such committee persons who are not directors as set out in section 72(2)(a) of the Act, is not limited or restricted by this memorandum of incorporation. So the board is entitled to employ a third party to sit on that committee. It's also not the chairman that has to sit as the chairman of that committee, it's any member of the board of directors.
That's the correct one statement that I made this morning.
And you're more than welcome to correct your statement.
I never complained about the architect. I said that according to the rules, there must be an architectural committee under the chairperson, under the chairmanship of a director. I never said the chairperson of the board, of a director. Currently, there is no committee. It's only the architect, according to me. The feedback that I received. It's only the architect, so he makes his own decision. There's no committee under the chairpersonship of a director. That is in the rules. I will not be able to give you that exactly now, but go and read the architectural guidelines as well. It's in there that there must be an architectural committee. I think Peter, it's called still an aesthetics committee. So that's not, and what Peter said this morning is, toys coloring. Yes, he was always. But the chairperson of that committee, boy, I think was used for a very long time. And the other member of that committee was Aaron Skippers. All I'm saying is there's no committee currently. There's only a architect appointed, and there's no director taking responsibility for that.
Let's take a couple, 5 or 6 minutes more questions, and then we'll go on.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, through you, Chair, can I direct 2 questions to the legal advisor of the company?
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't. Okay. Can this?
No, they're general corporate governance questions. Okay. They're relevant to everybody. It's nothing specific.
Okay.
So first of all, thank you for clarifying that you are appointed by the company, and that the company is your client. With that in mind, and with reference to your professional and ethical duties, can you confirm how you manage any conflict that may arise as between the directors and their personal interests and the company when you advise the directors? That's the first question.
So my legal duty, first and foremost, is to the company. It's not to the board of directors. The board of directors can give me a mandate or an instruction, but I'm not inclined to give them advice based on who they are, what they are, or who they're affiliated with or related to. My advice is the legal advice that they ask for. So, like I said earlier, I don't act for any of them in their personal capacities, and I don't act for any of their companies. I only met them for the first time when they invited me to a meeting to come and interview and see whether it would be suitable for me to be on the board. So I am the company's legal advisor. So when they send something to me, whether it's a letter from a member, whether it's a letter from a third party, whether it's any kind of thing, as you would consider the question and you advise the company. You're taking into account the company. Obviously, the board of directors are those empowered to represent the company, and they send you the instruction. At the end of the day, it's not well, my client instructed me this. I'm going to tell you that because they instructed me.
Yeah, apologies for interrupting you. Maybe I haven't phrased the question correctly because I'm agreeing with you. I think that's kind of how I teed the question up. As the company's legal advisor, if a matter is handed over to you, or if you're asked to advise on a matter which involves a conflict of interest as between the directors and the company, how, as the legal advisor to the company, do you manage that, given that it's normal that the board of directors would instruct you on behalf of the company? That's my question. How do you manage that conflict?
That's quite a tricky question. So remember the board, sorry, you'd think I was like him having spoken all this. I haven't. No, so when the board instruct you, obviously they send you the instruction. And I mean, obviously there's all of these issues where people have raised issues of wanting to remove the board or do any of these things in relation to the board. And I think that's probably a good example of what would probably be a conflict of interest between the type of conflict of interest you're talking about. Is that right? So, because there's very seldom going to be a situation where the entire board is in fact conflicted and the entire board is compromised. So they have their own internal obligations. If somebody's got a personal financial interest in the issue, they have to resolve themselves from making a decision. If they have a personal financial interest in it, they're not going to be engaging with me for purposes of that instruction because they're prevented from doing so by virtue of their obligations in terms of the act. So when I'm dealing with the board's collectively instructing me. They're not instructing me as Mark, Godfrey, X, Y, and Z. It's a collective instruction. So my advice to the board will always be the legal advice that applies at the time. It's not, guys, I'm going to act in your best interest to protect you from any and everything that's coming at you. I don't know if that answers your question. Maybe we can have a chat after. It's been a long day.
I think that might, and to save everybody's time, yeah. The second question I have, and maybe one chair, you could input on this to the extent relevant, but I do think that this is a bit of a legal question more than one for the directors per se. The settlement agreement is referred to often. I'm a new stand owner, I have no context. And it seems to underpin the rules and the MI, at least the drafting in there. Do you clearly understand how the rights and obligations under the settlement agreement were transferred to the people that seek to rely on them currently, given that 4 members, or at least 4 parties to the settlement agreement no longer exist? And I think the only 2 parties that are party there to are the Maruti Development Company and the Homeowners Association. Further to that, the settlement agreement, as far as I read it, is fairly clear that in order to transfer any rights or obligations thereunder, there has to be a prior written consent signed by all parties. Like I said, I don't have context, so maybe I'm missing something obvious, but I wanted to know whether or not it's clear to you how those rights and obligations were transferred.
I think Mark basically said he can't answer that question, and that's obviously something that we have to look at. I understand the question you're asking. I don't think they particularly understand, and I understand what you're talking about and how those rights were transferred and what exactly took place, and making sure the docs are the right orders.
Okay, one more, and then one more, and we'll get to the next slide. Okay, so take you first.
Please.
Slowly.
My question is about the vacancy of the estate manager. Since 16 October, we know that she was going to resign.
I'll address that. That's fine. Similar to my approach with, any kind of engineering project or capital project. I'm not sure the right language. I believe in hiring slow. I believe in firing fast and hiring slow. We have been slow, some by design, purposely, talking about what our needs truly are, what our needs aren't, what we need to do. It gave us an opportunity to review what our needs are in general as we grow. We need more support. I believe we need more support than we already have. But the job ad we put out, I think you sent me a text, that was poor, it was rushed at the end. And that's on me, my responsibility, my fault. Something that, you know, for the new board, whoever it is, that should be agenda item number one. Not the hiring, but the sitting down and really understanding what our needs for the roots are today and tomorrow in the future, and then going out and trying to find that person. So, yeah, I mean, I didn't put our best foot forward in that process. The timing was bad. I knew that Renee's husband, not Renee, sorry. I'm not sure what your husband's doing. Renee's husband took a job as a dean, you know. Annalie's husband took a job at Sanine, and I talked to her about it. She goes, no, I'm gonna commute on weekends and I'll see, you know, and I was like, okay, that may work out for the short term. But when she did put in her notice, I was surprised, I was sad, and I really liked working with her. Yeah, well, we could have been better in the job advertisement purpose, and that betterness should have come from me.
Where do we stand now then? Do we have a job description reviewed? They were talking about communication, maybe an extra bullet. I had some discussion with you about the job description.
Yeah, no, I appreciated your.
The shortlisting.
Yeah.
The interview.
So we.
Yeah, then it's going to everything. So I've been the program coordinator, emergency coordinator. So I always want to hire as fast as possible, as soon as possible. And with filing, it depends on the case.
Yeah, so we're opposite there. We're opposite. I don't want to make mistakes in hiring. That's why I think it should be a very slow process. And it's something that really is, for the next board that comes in is priority number one. Oh, what? We got the last question there. We got to move on. Unless it's critical. Is it critical? Okay, go ahead. No, you go. One question.
Okay. One of my messages I've got through is, does Mr. Peter Yannicka always abstain from voting on big decisions given his numbers to ensure a fair outcome? And would he consider abstaining from voting today to ensure residents choose a board that truly represent their interests and those of other stakeholders? Again, for Mr. Yannicka, would he considering many of his roles listed with Mr. Yannicka considering his many roles, list all his related party transactions with the estate and wider conservancy? How much does he earn on revenue per annum, including the water? Proper procurement processes followed if he is in fact acting as a supplier to the estate and wider conservancy. Did he recuse himself from all final decisions where he was chosen as a supplier, and can he point us to those specific recusals in the board minutes?
Okay, so let me I touched on the water earlier. He doesn't get a single rand from the water. No money goes to him from water. You know, that was a concern of mine when I got on the board. How does it function? And I was concerned about landowners' influence, and I've seen none of it. In my time on board, I've seen none of it. Whenever there are decisions that could impact the lodges of the landowners, they step out of the room, go to another room. They say, let me know when you're done talking about this. Let me know when you're done voting about this. They completely, you know, I think it's almost bad sometimes because I want their input on certain things, or Peter's on certain things. So I haven't seen no evidence, frankly, of anybody on the board not acting according to how they're supposed to act. I haven't seen any of it. I would be, look, man, I can be an asshole. Like, and if somebody was acting on a line, I would be on them right a bit. You're not putting the HOA first, you're out of line. Like, I can be aggressive like that. I haven't had to do that once. So that's just my observation. think I am, but I don't, he's also, but he's also a stand owner and.
Yes, there are questions for him.
You can ask any board member that on matters where I personally am involved, I would normally not even take part in the conversation. If I get asked a question, I will say my views on it. And I think it's valid and I think it's important. I think if I wasn't on the board, there would be no driving on two-track roads because I wouldn't have been part of this problem. I would just have enforced the rules. So I honestly think that there's been a benefit. And as Mark says, there's 9 directors. When it comes to a vote, I often abstain from voting, but it's 1 against 8. So I don't influence the decision there. On AGMs, I think I've had an influence in the past, and it's simple. With my number of votes, I have a very big interest. I can also assure you that we would have had numerous AGMs without a quorum if I wasn't there. So yes, my interest with my stance, I will be voting today. I won't be voting on whatever you don't want me to vote on in terms of the decisions that the concern of the homeowners association make. But when coming to, I have arranged that Mark can attend the trustee meetings on the conservancy to give more straight access to knowledge and so on. But in any case, so yes, I will be voting and I will continue to vote as long as I have stands. And yeah, if I'm not on the board, that's fine. I don't think it'll be in the interest of Moditlo, but you are welcome to not vote for me. But I will be voting for myself because I need to protect my interests.
Last one, we're going to go to the next slide. We're here running out of time.
Yeah. So I just wanted to find out from you, Mr. Chairman, the finance section that we've now briefly gone through, but not in detail. What is the way forward in today's meeting? Because I'm not satisfied with all the line items in terms of the fact that in the financials there's capital expenditure, but the capital disclosure assets, fixed assets, and we don't own anything. So and other line items which I'm not gonna. What is the way forward in today's meeting regarding the draft AFS? What's happening with the draft AFS today?
I guess we're like I said to Paul, this is not my strong suit. So I would think if you're not happy, vote no.
Okay, so we're voting. That's what I'm trying to help, understand. We're voting today to accept those financials
or not,
or not,
or not.
Okay, because there's so much stuff in there that needs clarification. And we actually didn't discuss it like we've discussed it in previous, because Wimpy's not here, which I understand. Because you can't answer all those questions. But there's just too many questions.
That's fine. If you should exercise your right to vote no.
Thank you.
I mean, I tried to boil the budget down to a way that made sense to me and simply, but yeah. Okay, so the next slide is, where's my pointer here? Proposals. I don't think we have any proposals that are put forward today. So I think we're at slides here now that all lead to the ballot. So on the ballot is voting for a new board, voting for the draft financials, appointment of the legal advisor, and appointments of the auditors. So I guess at this point, if people have, we're not voting on those. I don't think we have to approve those. Does anybody have questions about these topics before we go to the election of the directors? Go ahead.
I'm very concerned Well, you got it on the company secretary, but there's nothing on about it. If I'm correct, maybe I'm missing, nothing on it. And we asked at the last AGM, we asked for an opinion on if the legal advisor and the company secretary could be the same person. And the reply that we got is, we will find out and we will come back. And we're a year later and we did not receive anything.
So it's my understanding that we don't need to have a company secretary. But I
In name of my friend, you cannot just override name.
Okay, then I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. So we don't have somebody to nominate for a company secretary at this point.
So auditor only for the legal aspects or also in good governance, like how a tendering is being done, how recruitment is being done, etc.
So the auditor is strictly financial.
Strictly financial.
Yeah, so they come in for about a week in November, and they have full access to the boardroom there, and they look through everything. I don't look at everything. They'll sample maybe 5 invoices, 5 receipts. If they match up to the books correctly, then they go sample 5 more. They don't match up and they sample all 10. So they do this kind of spot checking of everything from the year in review. But they're independent of us. We provide them all the documentation and they work that out on their own. Any other questions? I don't know. Did you hire them? I don't know. 2019, so 6-7 years.
So it's probably time for rotation now.
Okay, that can be, yeah. That's next board could freely do that. Sure.
Based on what Daryl said earlier, I would like a proper opinion on what is a legal advisor and a legal representative. Because advisor should give advice, where representative, if you go to court, you get a legal representative. So I think there's a huge difference between the two roles. And all that I want to ask is that can be clarified. If I look at the letters that were sent now, that is a legal representative letter, that is not an advisor.
Just to understand the one where we have to vote for auditor, if the chairman can give us an indication how many years he's been the MOA's auditor, because in terms of good practice.
7 years.
Okay.
7 years.
So it's 7 years.
The company has been 7 years. That accounting firm has been with us since 2019. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, just a point of clarification to Mr. van der Merwe. Maybe I was not clear, but I'm not entirely sure that I said what you referred to. I'm sorry if I've missed that, but to my mind, a legal advisor and legal representative are probably one and the same thing. It might just be arguing semantics there.
Sorry, Daryl, it comes back to your question previously on what is the role of a legal advisor representative. If there's a dispute, then obviously he cannot reside with the board. He needs to listen to all sides and then advise. So I got how can I say, a concern. I won't say it's a problem, a concern that in the past we had a legal advisor, but he was more of a representative. He never investigated anything. The next moment you open your eye, you get a letter of a straight letter from him, from the board. So it comes back to your question. Advisor, according to me, must look at all the facts and then advise. So that is what I'm trying to ask. And maybe I'm out of line. I don't know. I'm not a legal person.
Thank you, Mr. van der Merwe. Chair, I'll defer to you. I suspect that Chris probably has that in hand and be able to just write a letter just to explain very clearly how he would deal with the scenario that I painted. Ultimately, he would act on instruction of the board. He would take instruction and act on those instructions, I would imagine.
Okay, so I think we're at the point now where we're gonna send our ballots in. As part of that process, we do want to have 2 people from the audience to support Renee to verify things are correct. I asked 2 people before the meeting to do that. They both agreed to do that. One is Kim Bird and one is, where's he at? There he is. Dave Hoopy. So they're gonna, after they vote, they'll sit up there with Renee. Okay. Everybody good there? Go ahead.
I think I'm slowly being nagging maybe a bit, but I would like a little bit more clarification of the process and procedure. The board sent out a letter, an email on 30 December, 13 hours 47 minutes. For the nominations to be ready with all the attachments, etc., in 2 business days, so 2 January, in the middle of the holiday. Why did you have to say?
So that's a great question. So the board got an email from the steering committee advocacy group on the 20th of December, calling for a special general meeting to remove all of us. So and the letter included 57 signatures or support letters, but enough of them were not valid. So they didn't meet the 10% threshold. But the 25th was the day they recommended for the SGM. So based on that day, the board was like, that works for us as well. So we kept the same day that was brought to us, the 25th. So we kind of followed the lead of that letter to do the 25th. In the past, we had 15 business days to call the meeting. That's how it's done in the past. And in the past, on that the first day of the 15, usually a Monday, we would put out solicitation for directors. And that would be due on Friday. We have been doing that wrong the whole time. So that has to come before the 15 days. We have to have the nominations in before, so that when we put out the AGM packet, the nominations are already in there. So we took the 25th and just worked backwards. So, like I didn't like getting an email on the 20th, 4 days before Christmas Eve. I was like, man, but the date, we held true to the date that the steering committee wanted, and we just worked backwards from there. As simple as that.
Okay. So can the committee, which is now going to supervise the election votes?
It's not a committee, it's 2 people.
Okay, 2 people. Can they also look at if the email from the nominated was received in that time period with the short CV, with the good standing and proof, with the proper manifesto and everything? Maybe I get a little bit suspicious that, hey, why did this have to be done in 2 days? So I'm getting a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, there's no malicious.
I'd like people to see that the procedure was done properly and that everybody sent the email with all the proper documents within that short time period.
For the directors, for the nominees.
And good standing and everything.
100%. That was all followed to a T. 100%. Like it was double verified. I think all of the nominees from the steering committee side and 2 people's nominating them just as a backup, similar for other board members. It was all done before the Friday. Everybody was in good standing. There's no manipulation going on. I know that people like to suggest that. There's zero manipulation.
So one last thing. The money should not accept. I can't read the date.
We can. She can verify that email was received.
Last year, maybe last year.
She can look at. She can look at the received email and go from there. Everything was done above board.
Last question, I
Okay.
promise.
I don't believe it.
Official group. The last couple of communiques of PDF documents were put out in the WhatsApp group saying, dear members, see the attached letter that was also distributed via email. Thank you and have a good weekend. When on the 3rd of January, being over the Christmas holidays, why was there not a WhatsApp message put out to everybody who were more likely to see it in a WhatsApp than in an email?
I have no
Was
idea.
it an oversight that it just got forgotten to get sent?
I didn't, yeah, there was no malice or it just, yeah, I don't know, but it wasn't purposeful. I'm not trying to trick anybody. I'm not trying to trick anybody. Okay, so I think at this point, Kim and Dave can get their votes submitted and go sit with Renee. I think everybody else should bring their votes up when they're done. Is that how we should do this? Let's walk them with her. Yes. Everybody just walks their ballots up to her. Okay. Okay, I gotta fill out.
Okay, guys, just hold on a second. I want to thank Mark for doing an amazing job. It's not been easy. He hasn't slept. But he's done an amazing job. Thank you.
Moet maar zo geen Afrikaans, waar je dress. There's your box. Sorry. We're gonna count now. Ek weet nog nie hoor. Hoor by daai oom. Jy werk jy nog later? Jy werk jy nog ver? Ja, nee, hier nou is dit klaar. Werk jy weer môre? Wat sê jy?